Sí. Buen día.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a nice evening, and now we will continue with the agenda. What we have to do today is the Code of Good Practice in Statistics. So we will continue with the presentations of, now we have to cover the Code of Good Practice in Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean and compliance with the fundamental principles of official statistics. Like just today, we are going to have 4 presentations. The first one, ECLAC, then the INE Spain, DANE Colombia, and INE Uruguay, and then we're going to open the floor for comments. So please, now the first presentation will be given by Rocío Miranda from ECLAC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Now we're going to see the fundamental principles of official statistics, background from the CEA, the road to support compliance with the fundamental principle of official statistics. In terms of the context is to ensure the quality of official statistics, to ensure confidence of users in official statistics as a valid tool for decision making. This is what we are aiming at by ensuring the quality of official statistics. In the new data ecosystems, with new data producers and new data sources, the NSO role have changed, being the only official statistics producers. And this change in this role is essential so the governments can strengthen the statistical governance to ensure the official statistics quality and to maintain confidence in the same. When we talk about quality of official statistics, the quality is measured multidimensionally. And in this context of this new data ecosystem, the change in the role of NSOs, the peer review, are a relevant mechanism to support the implementation of good statistical practices and evaluate the quality of products and processes, governance, etc. How NSOs are in compliance with the fundamental principles. A peer review. A peer review is an external audit carried out by people working on the same topic. That's a peer. And this peer can be external experts or colleagues from the same country or from another organization or other organization from a different countries, people working on the same topic, which could provide an external approach of the topic, something that the NSO has missed. Because when you are working in an NSO, sometimes you are deeply involved in the topics and you cannot take the proper perspective to analyze some aspects. This is a systematic review of the performance of an organization. It helps to develop improvement plans, that is, to comply with established standards and principles and adopt the best practices. So this is a systematic analysis of the performance of an organization, and the evaluation is mainly based on mutual trust between the organization and the evaluators, as well as the shared trust in the process. They are normally preceded by the self-assessment, because from the self-assessment I can identify the topics which the peer review will be focused on. Now, from the CEA, the support provided to the advances in the fundamental principles, the working group on institutional building worked between 2009 and 2019. In that time, in 2011, the Regional Code of Good Practices in Statistics was approved. In 2013, there is a first socialization workshop with the different countries. There is the code is explained and is taught how to use it. So this can be a self-assessment tool for the countries. Then we have a follow-up questionnaire, first round, with the participation of 20 countries, to see how the region is doing in terms of compliance with the code. And 2017, there is a second round with the participation of 9 countries. In 2014, there were global assessment of the Regional Code of Good Practices in Statistics. 8 countries participated voluntarily, and there were more countries which wanted to participate, but there was a restriction because the global assessment were peer reviews, where there were 2 external experts or another peer from other NSO. From 2014 and 2015, a consortium was set up. There were donors to establish an ongoing funding mechanism to check compliance with the code and to keep the global assessment. But this failed, and this consortium finally wasn't established, and then the funds for global assessment were exhausted, and nothing was done afterwards. In 2017, there was a regional workshop for the production of official statistics, and then the generic law of UNESCO has been published, and then the idea was to set up a generic law for the region. In 2018, there was a regional bank of good statistical practices in Latin America and the Caribbean was set up. There were 33 good practices from 5 countries of the region: Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Jamaica, and Venezuela. Unfortunately, there were some problems in terms of how to host this site and how to update these good practices and assess them. But this project was very interesting. That was a very good initiative. Also, on the website, you have got the link there. The profile of different countries, or 14 countries in the regions were developed, and these are based in the questionnaires of 2013 and 2017. And this time, progress was made with the generation of the law that was approved in 2020. So the institutional strengthening group was working up to there, but the work continued, providing support or trying to promote compliance of the fundamental principles throughout the region. In 21-22, the working group on statistical quality was established. The result of this work was finally the guideline for the implementation of national framework for quality assurance at the process and product levels. Why? Because we had the generic law already passed, and there were some countries which were working on their respective laws, and the idea was to start the other way around, and so from products and processes, this implementation framework was carried out. The regional code of good statistical practices based on the fundamental principles of official statistics. These were produced by the European Commission in 91, and they're adopted by the United Nations Statistical Commission in 1994. This CRBP tried to operationalize the fundamental principles and what are the practices that will lead compliance with the principles in a way as to operationalize this. In the fifth conference of the America, the working group took on the task of drafting a proposal of the regional code of best practices, which is approved at the sixth statistical conference for the Americas, and the countries are called upon to adopt it as a framework of professional conduct for the production and dissemination of official statistics. The 2011 code is set up by 17 principles, which are structured in three different dimensions: institutional environment and coordination, statistical processes, and statistical production. Now, about global assessment. They arise from the need to accompany the implementation process of the regional code or good practices in statistics in order to assess the implementation process. The global evaluations were focused on 8 principles of the statistical environment and coordination components, and on the principles of timeless and punctuality and accessibility and clarity. What are the stages of the global review? First, there is a compilation and verification of evidence based on self-assessment questionnaires of the different countries. And if there is compliance, the compliance should be made evident, and there is a compilation of evidence. Then, after those evidence are being compiled and verified, and there were face-to-face meetings to identify strengths and difficulties in the principle defined in the code. So based on what has been seen in the self-assessment and evidence review, we can focus on the topics in the in-person meetings. And then there was a report of results, observation, and recommendations, and an improvement action plan prepared together with the experts and the peers and the NSO. What are the main benefits of the global assessment? First, the transfer of knowledge about implementation of principles and good statistical practices, recommendations to achieve specific and achievable improvements over time, and an indirect support, whenever appropriate, to the statistical office by raising awareness or support in raising awareness of the government and other users about the importance of official statistics and the quality of the official statistics. the guideline for implementation of a quality assurance framework for statistical processes and outputs aimed at being a guideline for its implementation in Latin America and the Caribbean. This in line with the implementation of the United Nations Quality Assurance Framework Manual for Official Statistics. 5 recommendations are established, which are general recommendation focused on principle number 1, that is coordination of a statistical principle, and 2 other ones which are important to mention because everything is interrelated, that the essential principle of official statistics should be integrated and include the requirements of quality assurance in the statistical legislation. So everything should be related. Now, where we are, here we are finishing the working group work and the mechanism of working group peer review. And what we're aiming at is after this work with the countries and the compliance of fundamental principles of official statistics, that's the ultimate goal. And for that, it is extremely important to have strengthening of NSOs and official statistics. Different tools have come up, the regional code of good practices, the general framework of quality assurance of the United Nations, and implementation guideline of CEA, generic law on official statistics. But how can we assess how these tools have helped in making progress along the same? It's important to have a peer review mechanism for Latin America and the Caribbean, but we need to look for a mechanism that is sustainable over time, which doesn't depend on external resources, and that in the CEA environment is a mechanism that could be duplicated, that is sustainable, which does not depend on other individuals out of CEA. But how can we assess this peer review mechanism? Well, this is essentially done through the codes of good practices as an evaluation instrument, but we needed to update the regional code. Why? Because this code was outdated in terms of data ecosystem, which has changed, and also in terms that we have new tools which were not included in this code, such as the National Framework for Quality Assurance, the generic law, and all the tools need to dialogue to go after one single path. So we need to update the code. I hope that this is going to be approved by the CEA, and then we are going to then produce an assessment instrument to produce as part of the country's work a peer review mechanism and the CEA environment. This is the way how CEA has been making progress in looking for compliance with the fundamental principle of official statistics. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rocío. Vamos a pasar la palabra al Dani.
Thank you, Rocío. We're going to go now to Dane, Colombia. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Following up what Rocío just presented, we have that it is important to keep on working in this regional code on best practices for Latin America and the Caribbean. Well, for what Sebastian has mentioned, to make these procedures operational through best practices and principles associated to each one of these principles that we follow. Our regional code, best practices, and the fundamental principles of statistics were taken as a reference as the fundamental principles. These are what actually help us, those working in these areas, for the national best practices code. So that's what we see a close relationship between these principles of the code and the ones established by the United Nations. So we have among these 10 fundamental principles that you see on the left, in where we have the regional best practices code, which is the column to the right, and there we see a list that shows a one-to-one type of relationship. Number 9, which is the use of international patterns, which is broken down for several of these codes, which are the ones that we have had. There we identified the need to update this regional best practices code, taking these fundamental principles as a reference, the best practices code of the countries in the region, and the challenges in terms of statistical information production. This update of the regional code was presented as an activity based on 2 pillars. The first one, to respond to changes in the data ecosystem, and we've discussed about that at length during these sessions. And second, to keep in line with our technical tools to regulate official statistics, such as the generic law on official statistics for Latin America, the National Quality Assurance Manual for official statistics, and the Quality Assurance Framework implementation for process and statistical products. During these update processes, 3 structural elements were considered. First, reviewing international benchmarks in order to compare and systematize its features and approaches. Among these references, we consider in the case of Colombia, the Mexican case, the European case, the Canadian case, the one from UK, and the one from New Zealand. The analyzing this regional code, what is considered in the national framework on quality assurance of United Nations for official statistics, and the address of the best practices approach in the statistical process. From ECLAC, we saw the importance of running this face-to-face workshop in which countries in the peer review group could make a new proposal regarding the modification of the best practices considered in this regional code. We updated the regional code for statistics and the methodological proposal for a regional mechanism for peer review. For developing this face-to-face workshop that was called Instrument for Strengthening Official Statistics, Best Practices Codes, and Peer Review Mechanism, the 3 activities were conducted: a seminar with international experiences with peer review mechanisms, a regional code review on best practices on statistics, and a regional mechanism for peer review in Latin America and the Caribbean. Some of the news are the increase of principles going from 17 to 18 by introducing principle 13, which is the use of secondary data sources. These 18 principles are broken down into 3 pillars: institutional and coordination environment, statistical process, and statistical production. The wording of best practices, the should is eliminated and it is structured as an action. And there are 104 best practices in the code: 47 for the institutional environment, 32 for statistical process, and 25 for statistical production. So 25 new best practices were included. In this institutional environment and coordination of the National Statistics Office and the members of the National Statistics System, this is an element in the credibility and efficiency of official statistics. At the same time, the National Statistics System must have a guiding entity that regulates research, production, and dissemination of quality statistics through policies, standards, and norms, so that the members of SEN have professional independence vis-a-vis political, administrative, and other types of external interferences. It permanently coordinates what allows to plan in the national statistics activity in a participatory way. The national statistics activity has a clear legal mandate to include information about the preparation of official statistics, it guarantees the protection of confidentiality of the information to produce official statistics. It has the resources for national activities that are adequate in order to generate official statistics, and the entities work and cooperate according to international standards. All of this guarantees impartiality and objectivity and transparency. And ultimately, it leads to international cooperation so that entities cooperate in exchanging information and experiences, participating jointly in the preparation of the standards and statistical activities internationally. Among the main changes in the institutional and coordination environment, there are the following modifications. Principle 7 is called now impartiality, objectivity, and transparency. It goes from 40 best practices to 47. 4 best practices are unified into 4.2, 4.3, and 8.1 and 8.2, and 11 best practices are added. It is important to mention that there's a strengthening in the use of quality assurance frameworks in assessments, including the use of secondary sources in statistical legislation, and strengthening of the national statistics offices as coordinated in this end. In the statistical process, the guidelines and standards and best practices, both national and international, are the base of the development of processes for producing quality statistics. In this working session, we address the following principles. The sound methodology for producing official statistics that are based on instruments, processes, and sound knowledge. Statistical processes that are used in all stages of statistical process, procedures, and tools that guarantee the quality of official statistics. Requesting non-excessive information goals were established in order to reduce the load of the reporters. The request for information is in accordance with the needs of the users. The cost-effectiveness ratio of the National Statistics Office of the rest of the national statistics system that are using resources efficiently, and using secondary data sources by therefore promoting the use of these other sources for official statistics production. We have, in the case of statistical processes, there are some modifications. We go from 4 to 5 principles by introducing principle 13, the use of secondary data sources. It goes from 21 to 32 best practices. 8 best practices belong to principle 13, and 8 practices are added. The relevance of the importance of using secondary data sources in order to reduce the load of the respondents and the cost in generating statistical information. So official statistics must meet the needs of the users and meet quality standards for statistical products. In this working session, we will address the following principles, principle 14 through 18, and these are relevance. ONE and the members of the National Statistics System will meet the needs for information of the users according to their requirements. Accuracy and reliability. Official statistics produced by the National Office and the other members of the system reflect the reality with precision and reliability. Timeliness. The National Statistics Offices and the other members of the system produce and disseminate official statistics on a timely and transparent manner. Consistency and comparability. Official statistics produce keep consistency internally and throughout time, and they are comparable among regions and countries. Access and clarity. Official statistics are presented in a clear and comprehensible manner, and they are adequately disseminated, allowing for equitable access to all users. Among the main changes, we see the statistical production section had the following modifications. 5 principles make up a statistical production. From 24 to 25 best practices, and 6 best practices were added. An emphasis was made on best practices associated to access to statistical information by the users. Likewise, relevance was added to the production of statistical information for historically discriminated or more vulnerable groups. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Piedad.
Thank you. INE Spain by Antonio Salcedo. Antonio.
Bien,
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to be part of the session. The purpose of this presentation is to share with you our experience in developing the peer review exercises. The idea is to keep a strategic point of view, but also I'd like to focus on practical aspects that will allow us to show you the main aspects of this exercise and its importance for statistics office. In the case, is one from Spain. I'd like to give you a brief introduction regarding the different quality levels so that I can give you some context about the peer review exercises. Official statistics is a public service, and as such, we're also subject to periodic assessments in order to strengthen our strong commitment to data quality. It is key, of course. So, in that context, we could talk about four quality assurance levels. The best one is, in our case, is called the Best Practices Code, the European Best Practices Code with 16 principles. A second level would consist of a set of 84 indicators connected with each one of those principles. The third one is what we call a quality assurance framework that provides methodologies and tools to facilitate the implementation of the best practices code. And a fourth level, in which the quality of the different outputs and statistical processes are assessed based on a number of standardized rules, structured reports, for example, but already focus on the end users of the data. That would be the main difference. And these four quality levels are supported by some additional efforts. One of them is peer review, which would be a periodic analysis of the degree of compliance of this code in each country and each member state by Eurostat, and also Eurostat is subject to reviews. And there can be some other types of efforts that third parties may conduct. For example, the accounts court may assess statistics because statistics are used in public policymaking, and there's a clear repercussion on a specific type of policy, for example. Now, I will focus on the main characteristics of the peer review. Its main purpose is to assess the compliance degree of all members of the Code of Best Practices. And there's a second purpose to that, which is to help the member states to achieve continuous improvement through these recommendations. So it is a process that ends up in the development of a set of recommendations with a clear orientation to the future. And that is one of the most important aspects of a peer review. An essential aspect of peer review is the reviewer's team itself. That is the team that visits the countries, conducts the exhaustive analysis in terms of compliance with the code. In our case, that team is made up by 4 members, of which one of them must be an external expert, another one is a Eurostat expert, and another 2 come from an ONA or INE from Zone 2 or 1, the other statistical authorities, the statistical services of the ministerial departments, if you wish. Other 2 members of other countries that, of course, are also part of that team visit. With that, the idea is for the reviewers team to have a makeup that is balanced, that is trained enough in order to know how national statistical systems operate, which are different among countries, how statistics offices operate, aspects related to data governance, and of course they need to be up to date about the most recent developments of statistical systems, and also experienced in aspects related to the streamlining or modernization of statistical systems. As to the methodology of peer review is, as we have heard before, it's a four-step process. The first one is about completing by international, national institutes and offices a questionnaire that is common to all countries. It follows the structure of the Code of Best Practices itself. In this case, it's broken down into the 16 principles of the code and the corresponding indicators. And we assess the compliance with each one of them. The second step is the visit of the peer review team, which is most of the process itself. The reviewer team visits the countries after analyzing the questionnaire responses, and based on that, an agenda is proposed for the visit that helps the peer review team to delve deeper into the aspects that may require modification according to the self-assessment questionnaire. These are visits that take about a week, approximately 4 days plus the report issuance itself.
The third step would be the elaboration by the review team of the visit. And the most important part would be the list of recommendations for improvement that the team can make to the INE. This report is made by the review team. INE participates and Eurostat does as well. There's a possibility that the INEs may show or offer different or diverging opinions, and that is okay. The team can make comments and recommendations based on their knowledge, but INE may deem them inappropriate, and they may state why. The report for each country is posted in the Eurostat website subsequently. The process ends with the elaboration by the INES of the actions for improvement. I'd like to mention these actions for improvement. The actions for improvement, as I mentioned, are the last part of the peer review. They are elaborated by the INE together with the affected areas, and they must be based on the recommendations made by the peer review team. They're part of the final report. The methodology of the peer review states that these actions must be specific, meaning they must be drafted in a very clear and precise, non-ambiguous manner. They must be measurable actions so that we can follow their compliance. They're actions that need to be feasible because, of course, they must be realistic and reachable. They must be relevant in the sense that they must serve the organization to improve, and they must be subject to a deadline. It's important because the organization is going to commit to carry them out in a specific period. So in each improvement action, it's important to indicate who is responsible. This is sometimes done or agreed upon by INE and Eurostat, and then they're published. Another relevant aspect is that these improvement actions must be evaluated yearly. And it has to be implemented based on the actions for improvement. Of course, it must be based on the reports presented by all the countries, and these will be submitted and presented in all the fora, including the statistics one. This is an example of the actions for improvement. It's a little blurry, but I will explain. This is Sweden. the Sweden's case. I haven't put the Spanish case up because the actions for improvement are not there yet. So this case will serve as an example. There's a recommendation that is in the final report. It's recommendation number 19 that recommends an improvement for usability of the website. It explains the current situation of the recommendation, and then they add 2 actions for improvement added to the recommendation. The deadline is 2024, and the responsible party is the statistics section. I'd like to conclude by mentioning 2 aspects that are important: communication and others that arise from the peer reviews, which are innovative practices. This is a relevant aspect. Communications are extremely important, and the 3rd round of peer reviews has stressed all matters related to communications. The peer review process has developed a lot of material to standardize the information and has also created infographics, brochures, different articles for the website, posters for the visits, etc. And a lot of attention has been paid to social media, and when all the reports conclude, it will all be uploaded. The idea is to accompany this peer review in its final stage with some communicational messages to increase its visibility, the visibility of the statistics system, and to focus on the capacity of the system to have statistics of the highest quality. We need to take advantage of these messages to try to get as much support from the political system, from society, to feed the system. We're also developing materials to communicate the results, events, international events, meetings, etc., and all tending to improve the quality of these statistics. It's important to bear in mind who will be the signatories of this effort. It can be governments, private parties. Of course, they will show their trust in our ability to manage information, maintaining their data safe. And in the last round, in innovative practices, the idea is to take all the material created during the peer review. Eurostat will also collect a few innovative practices that have been identified throughout the process, and the objective is to help the INES become familiar with other INES practices, thus collect all this information and then collate and distribute to all the INES. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Antonio. I'd like to move on to Uruguay INE. Good morning. In my case, I'd like to comment on the proposal to link this information that is in the hands of private parties, especially the motivation of this declaration, which has already been a slightly different version approved in the Mercosur statistics body. And it has also been a different kind of declaration, but that goes in the same direction, approved in the Economic Commission of the UN for Europe by the heads of statistics of Europe. The basic motivation of this declaration has to do with what we mentioned yesterday in a closed meeting linked to these modifications, is that it is increasingly difficult to carry out these statistics measurements that INES are used to doing. It's increasingly harder to do in-person surveys. The census is a huge challenge, harder, increasingly harder, and our institutes are tending towards the search for alternative sources of information. Piedad mentioned it. One of the best practices, or one of the principles for best practices, is 13, I believe, making use of alternative sources of data. And I feel we are all embarked in this direction. Many of us are working strenuously to use administrative records with different purposes. For example, in Uruguay would like to count the population based on administrative records. We're doing a pilot based on this information, and it's going to be parallel to the traditional census, but we know that there are other sources of valuable information. Another important comment would be that in our offices, we have limited budgets. We need to be creative in how we create statistics, because in general, there is greater demand for statistics and relevant data for public policies and for private decision making as well. What would seem natural in this case would be to seek valuable sources of information where they are produced. As you know, it is increasingly frequent to find that data are in the hands of private companies, public companies even, that have a lot of information. To mention a few: supermarkets, transportation company, public transportation companies, social media, online stores. There are many elements that have to do with electronic transactions, and we would be able to know how much is spent on what products.
Las fuentes de información y estos datos, es difícil muchas veces que nos...
So there's a lot of information there, and it's difficult for us to have information to that data. So what we feel, and has been approved in principle by the statistics framework of the Mercosur, and was brought as an initiative to, or proposed as an initiative to SEA, is to move forward with the production or the obtaining these data to produce statistics. And many times the private sector uses this information to create statistics that they sell in turn. Perhaps we could benefit from having access to this information as well. INE Uruguay is using information, for example, from telephone companies to generate statistics that have to do with mobility, where people sleep, where they work, at what time they deploy, which is important for public transportation, for example. But there are many ways to use these sources of information. And of course, there is huge potential at low cost because it's information that has already been produced. And we basically are relying on cooperation mechanisms, but it must be used in a responsible manner. It needs to be regulated responsibly. The use of this information, it's not new. This is part of what we have been doing for decades. In some cases, even over a century. It has to do with the responsible use, statistics, secrecy, and it is a fundamental element of the trust of citizenship in us. So the declaration has to do with that. It basically seeks to express the importance of using this information that is a wealth of information. It's used in the private sector and it's very difficult for us to have access to it. And this information is used for decision making, but many times, again, it's hard for us to come by it. We don't have access. So a similar declaration has been made within the Mercosur, also UNECE, and we propose that within the framework of this conference, we could discuss this in the declaration and we could take advantage of all this information that is very powerful and will allow us to improve the well-being of our citizens if we are able to elaborate statistics based on that information. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Diego, y simplemente reafirmar esto que decías de que en el ámbito del Mercosur está.
Thank you very much. We have already signed this declaration within Mercosur, and it's important to discuss it here. I would like to open the floor to questions from countries that may wish to ask questions or make comments on the use of administrative records that have to do with any assessment that we may make of the quality of information. I can mention a case in Argentina where 2 statistics that we carried out, different surveys that somehow measure income. One does so without the discounts of pension, social security, and the other survey does it and generates statistics with the discounted pensions. So the information is contradictory, and that is part of a huge process trying to explain to the users how it was possible that from one statistic, one survey, we were able to get to the other one, but they had different variations. One had a positive variation, the other had a negative variation. So this is extremely important in terms of self-assessment. When we start to include new sources of information, we need to be very careful. And as Antonio mentioned, we need to communicate very well to the users what it is that we are showing. Because one thing is what we analyze internally and whatever consistency or inconsistency we can see internally, but we need to communicate it well. I believe that is important. I see Costa Rica would like to take the floor. You have the floor. Good morning, all. I wish to thank you for the work done in updating the Code of Statistics Best Practices, and I feel it's important to review it given the changes that we're experiencing. In the case of Costa Rica, we have visualized this need to modify and analyze these documents. In 2019, we had a modification to the National Statistics Law, and that has brought us to a quality framework and to promote the statistics model, and the statistics code needed to be reviewed or revised actually in order to integrate it and link to other sources of information. So we have carried out self-evaluations, self-assessments, and we feel that it is a very important part of our statistics or use of statistics. So we have moved forward, we have improved the statistics code, the criteria, and how to make the code operational. That is the main challenge. How do we translate all these principles into criteria and evidence that the people can understand? And that means we need to be aligned with best practices. So we've been working on this all these years, on this self assessment, and we have introduced the idea of including evidence to verify whether these best practices are being applied.
Creo que en esto
But I believe that this is not only involves having an instrument and an updated code, but rather there are important challenges when it comes to socializing these instruments. We understand the issues, we understand what the objective is, but the application of the code is for all statistical operations of the national statistical system, that in the case of Costa Rica is a case that is fully centralized. And the rest of the institutions that produce official statistics must take on board this code of good statistical practices. Is, I believe, a very complex task that takes time. And in consequence, I believe that if the objective is to have a code that is as accessible as possible and understandable as possible for statistics producers is a challenge. And I believe that we're betting on that rather than on us understanding and assessing that. I know that the final objective is to assess that, to evaluate that, but I believe that we have to go on a stage-by-stage basis. And the first stage is to understand the code so that that can be taken on board when it comes to statistical production. And I believe that that is a major challenge. And here I would like to perhaps express this concern in terms of socializing these types of instruments, because I believe we have to discuss this further, share experiences, and work with that, because it's complex, it's difficult, and I believe that that is a task for us, the NSOs. And with regards to another issue that was mentioned related to private data, I believe that we have strongly promoted this ever since we spoke of non-traditional sources, and it encompasses this issue of private data. These are all processes. And in the case of Costa Rica, I believe that we have to seek to benefit from administrative records data to make fuller use of that, and then move on to other spheres, such as the private sphere. Thank you, Costa Rica. I see that Brazil has raised his hand, and after that, Ecuador. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to say that the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics is in charge of the national statistics system. We have a code of good conduct since, and we've had it in place since 2013. In 2021, we reviewed that code. And we have 73 good practices. The Institute, in addition to its head office in Rio de Janeiro, has had 27 superintendencies that are responsible, or that report to our federative authority, and has 572 local units for operational purposes. I understand that from the viewpoint of the institution, we are well organized in terms of good conduct, but there is a challenge that we face related to integration of statistics by different institutions that produce that in our country. One way of operating is very fragmented when it comes to the production of data, and at the same time, the effort underway to integrate administrative records so that we can transform them into statistical records. And so that is a difficulty, and it implies organizing different institutions that exist in our country. In addition to private data, to date, we don't yet have a perspective to make this a reality immediately. A recent effort was made related to information from telephones, mobile phones, for example. And we use that, but we don't have all this type of information, nor do we have registries of other types that are also important. So I would just like to mention this challenge for us, which is the expanse of the good conduct code for entities that form part of the national statistics system, but that so far only produce administrative records. Thank you. Ecuador. Thank you for enabling me to speak. I would like to mention 3 elements, all of them very important. And I believe that the update of good practice is very timely. We are presently updating our statistical law that dates back to 1976, and therefore with a lot of the number of changes that have taken place in terms of statistical production, we dearly needed to update this. And so this issue is very relevant for us. On the other hand, I would like to mention that within the Institute we have the coordination of planning and regulations, and one of the work that we have conducted, one of the tasks that we have undertaken is that this whole regulation can be brought down to earth to our statistical system. As INEC, we coordinate the national statistics system. In other words, all the state entities that produce statistics, and that is the way in which we are organized. And indeed, reviewing the quality of information, at least when it comes to the model of statistical production, we have a model that involves certifying basic statistical operations. Regrettably, the main hindrance is financing, as has been mentioned. We're an office that specializes on statistical production, but we don't have specialists per issue. For example, the Ministry of Public Health, you know that administrative records or the statistical operations that they have are extremely important for specific situations. For example, as Javier mentioned yesterday, children's malnutrition, and in our quality certification work, we need to hire at least 3 experts, normally independent consultants, one which is an expert on the issue, another one on the process, but also a technological expert. And therefore, I believe that this is an opportunity at a regional level to have these cooperation, to conduct this cooperation, which I believe is very important. And when we're talking about quality certifications by INE, and obviously we cannot certify that, and so there it is absolutely necessary to have expert international certifiers because of that same principle of transparency. And that is another point for cooperation. And finally, referring to Uruguay's petition, I believe that what is fundamental is to be able to benefit from different information sources. As Ecuador, we had thought of how to improve or how to make much more efficient the capture of prices for the consumer price index. And so we have certain limitations related to national legislations. But if this declaration comes out, it will have to be in a very wide-ranging manner, if that is the right term, so that it may be adjusted to the needs of each country. Thank you. Thank you. I'd just like to clarify something. I understand that the declaration was distributed via email to everyone, so that you can all have a look at it. If you haven't received it, please let the Secretariat know so that they can send that to you. Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank the presentations. The Dominican Republic, since 2021, has made progress hand in hand with ECLAC Statistical Division, and we have been working on everything related to this improvement of processes of continuous quality improvement. We conducted our self-diagnosis, our organizational self-assessment based on the Manual of Official Statistics, and that has enabled us to make progress in terms of establishing our national code of good practice, of good statistical practices, considering the regional code. We have likewise participated in the working group, and following this process, and I believe, as mentioned by Costa Rica, that one of the main challenges that we are facing at a national level is that this socialization, this understanding on the part of institutions that comprise the national statistical system of the Dominican Republic about this process, about the need to enforce all these good practices, and the issue of statistical production in that sense. Another thing that we have established for ourselves is that the national code was published in December of last year. And by December of this year, we have scheduled a sort of self-assessment process, enabling us to discuss this with institutions, and also disseminating the institutions that have been effectively applying the national code, so that as from there we can manage a kind of wave of good feelings and work that can be taken on board by other institutions, given the result of those institutions that have already implemented the recommendations in our national code. Thank you, Dominican Republic. I have Mexico now. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to mention two issues. First of all, I'd like to share that in INEGI we conduct self-assessments whenever we put forward our strategic long-term plans, our 24-year plan that begins with a self-assessment. A similar self-assessment is conducted when we develop our national and geography plan, which has a 6-year duration. And therefore, we are regularly conducting these self-assessments. At present, we are waiting so that during the first quarter of next year, we will be able to conduct a survey that will be applied by the university in terms of the perception of INEGI by society. And that provides us with another very important input. So far, we have conducted 2 external assessments conducted by the OECD that have contributed to these other assessments, and we believe that this indeed reinforces and contributes our guideline, and establishes a direction for the continuous improvement of our institute. We would also, secondly, want to support the declaration submitted by Uruguay. We have experience, we receive monthly information on the production and export of cars and trucks by companies that are established in our country. This information, well, in terms of this information, we have an agreement with these producers, and it is published without any processing. The origin of this agreement is a recommendation made by the Commission on Competencies in our country. They cannot share information, but they can share that information with a third party, and that third party is indeed INEGI. And we are also developing experimental statistics based on the information that has been shared with us by 3 banks of the national banking system. The system is comprised of a wider number of traditional banks, because now we also have to talk about fintech. But when we refer to the traditional banks, 3 of the 4 largest banks are sharing information with us around the issues that were mentioned here related to mobility, payment systems, among other issues. And I would also like to share with you the experience that we also had with experimental data based on information obtained from tweets. And this is something that we had to suspend in view of the recent changes of Twitter, or of the X platform as it is known today, where because we can no longer use that information, and therefore that does imply a risk because the changes that are made in the private sphere go beyond the public regulations. It does have many advantages, but at the same time it has those limitations. We no longer publish, as from July of last year, statistics related to the thinking of Twitter's, which was a statistic that we were regularly producing in terms of experimental statistics. We must say, however, that that helped us for capacity building in terms of learning among teams. So it's not a negative aspect, but we are no longer able to generate that experimental statistics. Thank you, Mexico. Very relevant point that you have mentioned in terms of the discontinuity that the private sector can have, which has an impact upon one of the principles, which is the continuity of statistics. A very interesting point. Jamaica, please. The floor is yours.
I would like to thank everyone for the presentations done so far. They were quite useful. On behalf of our office, we welcome the update to the Code of Good Practice. As was presented, we participated in one of the peer review sessions, and we actually found it to be quite useful. We were supported by assessors from Spain and also from the sub-region. And we have found that the report of that peer review session has been quite useful for us in engaging with the political directorate and other government officials around resource mobilization for our office. So we welcome the further details, the more prescriptive compliance standards. We find that this will also help us to improve our self-assessment. The fact also that included in this is the harmonization with the Code of Good Practices for CARICOM is also quite useful, because then we can see how they fit together and use some of the information that is provided in this updated Code of Good Practice to assist us in our assessments at the sub-regional level also. Additionally, too, I'd like to say that we also support the declaration on the use of private sector data. As a small island developing country, it's quite difficult for us to be fielding a lot of data collection initiatives, and as such, if we can leverage data that's already held in other spaces, it would greatly enhance the production of official statistics. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Cuba?
Sí, bueno.
Cuba. Good morning. Thank you very much. Cuba also positively values that update because it includes elements, especially issues related to other ways of collecting data. We form part of the auditing system in our country, as per our regulations. In one way or another, we also conduct assessments of how we comply with the principles of official statistics on the part of other stakeholders. We do believe that peer assessments must be fundamental for self-assessment mechanisms. This somehow requires an expense in the budget in order to undertake that, but we believe that we must use them firstly for the self-assessments that offices have to conduct, and we would have to determine how we monitor that self-assessment. Perhaps when we conduct these self-assessments, perhaps we could share what it is that we have done, and thus monitor how we are faring with each one of the aspects that we're implementing. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chile.
Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to each of the presenters. As in Chile, about the first presentation, we think that is highly relevant to have the possibility to work on the operationalization of the codes of good practices with main approach in this scope in terms that our legal framework goes back to 1970, has been for more than 7 years under discussion because it has not been updated. So the lack of this update cannot hamper to make progress. So in line with the first presentation, it's important that as in Chile, we should implement it in terms of the processes and outputs, and considering also that one of the challenges that we have is to update as soon as possible this code based on this information. So in this regard, we, as part of our limitations, we don't have the coordination of the national statistical system, but we can make progress sometiendo a discusión con los in terms of its dissemination and discuss this with the different stakeholders in charge of producing the statistical information nationwide, considering that we have a decentralized production system. We also welcome the presentation of Spain in terms of implementation, and so as a region, we fully share that experience. This in terms of update of good practices code, and in terms of the use of data of the private sector for statistical purposes. As in Chile, we fully endorse this declaration, and we have made progress indeed in the implementation of some part of the retail records in terms of producer index, and we think that the next year we are going to have an increased use of these records, including this element, this principle as part of the code of good practices is something also essential, so we can assess and measure how we are incorporated that information. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I don't see any other countries, so now now I see CARICOM.
Chair, and just to say that this area is high priority for CARICOM. In fact, it is under one of our strategic priorities of the Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics, which is standards and harmonization. And it is important that we collaborate to see how we can harmonize our efforts to build greater synergy. You may be aware that that within CARICOM, has already been an established CARICOM code of statistics practice, which is based on the European Statistics Code of Practice and grounded in the fundamental principles of official statistics. And already we have had 4 rounds of self-assessment starting since 2010, and the last round was in 2019. And you would appreciate that that we are due for another round of self-assessment. But we are considering whether or not the revision of the Code of Statistics, if this would not be necessary before implementing this this next round of self-assessment. Also on the agenda, high on the agenda, was the systems of peer review. It was agreed at the advisory group on statistics in CARICOM that a peer review be undertaken as an initial mechanism that can audit the results of the self-assessment. Peer reviewers were already trained since 2017, and there was a need, you would appreciate, to conduct a retraining of peer reviewers, given the time that has elapsed. And the peer review, however, was postponed due to the situation of the pandemic and also the delays in census, which refocus most of our country's attention. However, countries have already agreed to be peer reviewed, and countries and other institutions have already agreed to be peer reviewers. So I think in going forward that support is definitely needed. There is already some level of support under the 11th EDF, 11th European Development Fund, which we are managing under the CARICOM Secretariat to spearhead this activity with the support of a consultant who would be able to coordinate this system of peer review. But however, additional support, I would say, is needed to ensure that that all countries who agreed to be peer reviewers can participate, right? And I think it's important that that another round of self-review is done before proceeding with the peer review. Also, I must mention that that there is a CARICOM model statistics bill, which countries which we recommend that countries of the CARICOM adopt, right? And this model bill is currently under review, and we hope that this can be addressed in our upcoming meeting of the Standing Committee of Caribbean Statisticians. There have already been proposal of the changes which would make the bill stronger and more current given the recent developments in statistics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Welcome. Benuma.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Muy buenos días.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My brief question is, well, first to thank for the presentation. It has been useful to know how the implementation framework of the Code of Practices application has been in line with institutional efforts, in line with implementation and adaptation, as our colleague mentioned before, and the experiences shared by different countries. My question is, and probably I'm rather naive to ask this, but is there any mechanism to follow up the assessments or coming from the process in the peer review process, as our colleagues from Spain said, or the delegate from INEGI, produce an element after the cycle, an assessment document, can we monitor the progress and success and efficiency in the implementation of recommendations? Thank you. We are going to give the floor to ECLAC to answer this question. Global partnership now? Or IDB? I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the presentations. I think that they were very good, starting by the regional code of good practices and update. I remember that when we were working on that code when I was at DANE, and to see the evolution after so many years and how this is being implemented is something very good. We know that there are a lot of challenges out of this, and especially in this new principle about non-traditional information sources is a great challenge indeed. In line with the declaration that was mentioned before by Uruguay, which is the first attempt to work with private stakeholders and regional statistical community. We celebrate this as well because in the global partnership, we have organized a hybrid event in Uruguay hand in hand with INE Uruguay. We brought different actors, including offices of statistics from Latin America, the Caribbean, and Africa, and we discussed about access to private data and hence the need to bring about the statistical community. So after 1 year, we see some lights about the conversations which were taken in different spaces. So as part of the process that we have in a global partnership for integrating new information sources, non-traditional information sources, at present, we have a course for the countries of the region focused on mobile operators. The course will start in a few weeks' time, and it's going to be a virtual course. We are doing this with Position, an organization which has been working on this for a couple of years by now, and it's a good way to see these new information sources. We're going to cover challenges. There's no perfect recipe. Each sector within the private sector, they have different working modalities. The mobile operators, the financial sectors, and other actors which are part of the private sector, they have different approaches and dialogues which are directed from the statistical offices. So it's important to segment this, especially from CEA, to have this dialogue, but at least we can have a manifest from the statistical community to start with, and to work with the private sector and within the conditions which are also reflected upon the code of good practices. Because in the private sector, we don't see this many times. This is not reflected in the national statistical system. So it's important that with this declaration, apart from the code of good practices and principle 13, we can start this direct dialogue from the global partnership. We're going to be very attentive of what the next year is bringing up. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't see anybody else at the back. Panama. Good morning. I would like first to greet you all. I'm accompanied the Director of Statistics and Census, the Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Panama. We were invited by ECLAC to this event. By listening the reflections from yesterday and today, I would like to congratulate this dialogue. Samuel Moreno shared what we are doing in Panama in terms of Copernico, which is an initiative that has been produced in line not only with government issues, but also we are working with other sectors establishing some champions, national as well as regional. And so I think that this is exactly what we need to do to reflect upon these topics. I was talking to Samuel yesterday, and the reason why I'm here is because as we were together with ECLAC support and what we have learned from many countries, the national census in Panama has shown very important data, and we are coordinating all what has to do with international cooperation. We are having dialogue with cooperation directorates, and this debate is very important, and the information produced by census is very important as well, because the institutions need to understand that everyone knows, and I mean the institutions know about this information, but INEC had made great work, and we have done a great job with embassies and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because at the same time, this will mean that we'll have to rethink of the initiatives that we are putting forward, the projects and proposal from the institutions, because data that we had are not data that we have today. So we need to have a different dialogue with international corporations, because we will have to rethink on the projects that we have negotiated, and that will diversify the opportunity for cooperation with new projects based on new data. And so I can say about what a colleague just said. It's very important how we can involve private sector in this conversation. The colleague from Costa Rica also talked about friendly language. That's something very important. From the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are with INEC, and INEC has been very successful in translating all this into a friendly language for the community, for the institutionality, but also for the private sector, and all the information produced by census. And so I wanted to share this with you. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm learning a lot about the challenges. I were taking note about this because we have a great work to do in terms of support and with different international agencies to strengthen the capacities of the National Statistical Institute. Rocío. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to the questions of the UNEP, for global assessment, there was a follow-up. There are two ways of following up. Improvement plans of the countries so they can do their own self-assessment and to make progress in terms of recommendations. And as global assessment, also follow-up was made based on this questionnaire. So how can we make progress along this? And well, we have different profiles that I mentioned before, which were structured, and we also had questionnaires. So the countries could say, this is the recommendation. What has been the level of progress? And now that we are discussing this new scheme of peer reviews, we need to state as a region how the follow-up will be in terms of improvement at regional level, at the country level, improvements in terms of compliance with the code of the assessment that is going to be done. I also wanted to take advantage of making clear that in the update of the Code of Good Practices, we have done a comparison with CARICOM code because the Caribbean is an important part of a statistical conference of the Americas. So we wanted to be sure that these codes were aligned and that under no circumstances the countries of the Caribbean and the countries of our region, you have to choose. No, these guidelines go on the same line, and we made a detailed comparison to ensure that the whole region is represented. Now, in CEA website, the new code is available. It was uploaded today, so you can check it again. But the update 2023 of the Regional Code of Practices has been uploaded today. Another point that I didn't mention when I made my presentation in terms of this process, we just start with the fundamental principle of compliance, and to add that this is not something static. This is not static because the statistical work is not static. Ecosystem changes, technique changes, demand for information change, and that makes us to change the way we approach to keep compliance of the fundamental principles. How we have to approach this compliance based on how are we, and about what Panama said, this discussion has to be enriched, but it will never end because the environment is changing. So the thing is to make progress and improve each process. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. With this, we go to a coffee break. It's about 20 minutes late that we are, so let's take a 10-minute break and then we continue. Thank you.
¿Cómo estuvo ese director?
Muy bien. Colega.
Mi jefecito, todo.
Bien, despertó.
Bueno, si vamos tomando asiento, así empezamos. Sí. Ya no solo estamos 20 minutos demorados, estamos 25 minutos demorados, así que vamos a ir empezando con el próximo tema de la agenda, que
We are running late, 25 minutes late, so we will now go on to the agenda with the biennial results, international cooperation 2022-2023 of the Statistics Conference of the Americas for Latin America and the Caribbean. So I'd like to ask Javier Mancebo to take the floor. Thank you, Chair. Welcome all. And while we are waiting for the presentation to come up on the screen, I'd like to say that this is a brief intervention to summarize. Sorry, that's not the presentation. It's the one that says 2022-2023. If you can help me. I'd like to summarize the biennial that is closing, just to share with you what the process has been of the products generated by the working groups. In this biennial, we had 11 working groups, and according to the activities, the average progress has been 90%. And there's a series of activities that were foreseen and were completed 100%, and some were not because there were changes in the programs or because there were certain things that were left pending. What affected this was that we had shorter periods. We were used to having the conference in November, and several of the programs of the calendars had been programmed for that time. And since the meeting was going to be held in September and that there was some earlier work done, we had to speed it up. In this meeting, there's 4 documents that are going to be approved. These are the documents that make regional recommendations and standards, the code of best practices on which we made the presentation the previous session. We will have the presentation also of the other 3 documents, gender perspective in statistics production and methodological aspects of the quality and figures in the household surveys, and the measurement of perceptions in the household surveys. There will be specific presentations for each document, so I will not refer to them in detail, but I would like to recall the process for the approval of these 4 documents. Between August and September, we distributed the full documents so that the statistics offices in the region could have the opportunity to review them and make comments. We did this in Spanish and in English. It was not an official translation. There were some comments on the fact that some terms were not correct. And it may be because we weren't able to have the full formal translations into English. But what we're approving formally in the resolution that was approved was the summaries of the documents, and that is because the full documents, the actual true documents that was elaborated, is not fully completed yet. What are we missing for it to be completed? Well, what we're going to be working on today and the comments that were made in writing through this process in August and September. So once we conclude this meeting, we will share with the 2 or 3 corresponding working groups the comments received, and so that you can include them until October. And that way we'll have the editing and translating of the document, and it is a process that is a little bit longer, but there wouldn't be any more exchanges with the other countries, so it would close that process. And the full code is what is available in the website and would be approved in this meeting. So there are other products that are not presented for approval and were generated by the working groups, and the activities are coming to an end with this conference. There are others that are available and are reference materials for this meeting. They're already on the website. They appear in the topics, and some are almost fully finalized, not ready yet though. And there is another meeting that has continued to work for another year because it was taking a little more time. Briefly, because we won't have a presentation of these processes that are not subject to approval. They were presented in the executive committee, and when the proposal was made in the previous conference, there wasn't any more specific presentation, but I just wanted them to be mentioned. The first is the diagnosis of data in the presentation, and also the current situation on data stewardship and the transmission of data. That is not necessarily the most pertinent. But what this is doing is that it is taking into account all the necessary components to make this operational, taking into account the quality standards, etc., and some of the mechanisms used by the companies to access data produced by other players in the data ecosystem. And it includes things such as gender perspective, from the perspective of data stewardship and the use of geographic data. Another element that is available and will soon be available in both languages is the recommendations to integrate administrative records related to children. And basically, this includes the results of a diagnosis of the offices in the region in order to address the integration of administrative data with a special emphasis on these records. So this includes 4 dimensions: the demand of data, legal structures, administrative data, the institutions that will be receiving the data, and the use of ICTs. And it includes the level of maturity of the statistics offices, those that haven't begun the work to move forward with these sources of data, that find themselves at an early stage of the process, and finally, those who have some sort of integration system. The document also presents recommendations for aspects related to progress in this work. Another would be the assessment of statistics on work relationships and labor informality. On one hand, this document provides a diagnosis of the statistics of informality and advances in the 19th and 20th ICLS. And in the case of labor relations, it presents the results on the measurement of labor relations and the adoption of the 20th ICLS carried out in 2022. And it identifies the best practices in the region. We then have the compilation of experiences in generating statistics relating to prison systems. This document presents a diagnosis of institutional capacities of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean for the generation of statistical information on the penitentiary system. It includes the collection and processing of this data and the way in which the information is disseminated. It also describes the challenges that the region presents for generation of statistical information on penitentiary systems. The two products I mentioned that are almost finished and will be ready after the meeting are the guide on compilation and use of input and output tables and the tools for the production of disaster-related indicators. This website gathers the information necessary to move forward with this line of work. And the dissemination of results through the KTN has been carried out from August to November. We're going to carry out video conferences through the Knowledge Transfer Network to disseminate and share the results of all the working groups for this biennium and to not just have a summary. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We will move on to the next point in the agenda. We have gender, and we will be offering the floor to INEGI Mexico. Thank you. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to present the results of the working group for gender perspective for statistics. This working group was coordinated by the INEGI in Mexico at the statistics office, such as, for example, we have UN Women, and we thank them for the excellent coordination. We would also like to thank you for the invitation, for being here today presenting. So the general objective is to provide a methodological and conceptual. She corrects herself. She can't see very well. I need to move to this other side. To provide a methodological and conceptual tool to guide the incorporation of the gender perspective in the production of official statistics, mainly in priority areas. So this working group also proposed 3 specific objectives, 4 actually. One is to provide a general conceptual framework on GP in statistical production. The second, to identify, review, and systematize the work of the countries of the region and the recent progress made by different UN institutions in order to attract what we had in terms of gender perspective in the region. Defining criteria to take into account for gender perspective in each phase of the statistical production process, and to contribute with recommendations to establish statistical standards that countries can adapt. The guide was structured into 5 chapters. A very broad introduction. The first is the conceptual aspect, then normative or regulatory framework, phases of the statistical process, and the challenges. It's important to mention that we will see 2 versions of this guide, a summarized version that will be emphasizing chapter 4, and the more extended version, which will have a full development of the first 3 chapters. We will have some examples, some diagrams, and additional information to the summarized version. So in terms of the conceptual framework, some basic definitions of the theory, of the gender theory. It's important to mention here that here we have the principle of intersectionality. It pertains to indicators being disaggregated according to relevant variables and highly multifactorial, intertwined, natural gender inequalities. And in this chapter, we presented useful analytical frameworks that help us produce gender statistics. More specifically, it takes into account the advances of the region with the regional frameworks. And we have contributions we have 4 structural nodes as per the Montevideo strategy. And it also indicates that it's important to have batteries of indicators for monitoring regional international agendas, as well as the relevance of having a focus on rights approach. Regarding the regulatory framework in this chapter, we present the mandates related to the inclusion of gender perspective in statistics at the global, regional, and national levels. It includes international, regional, and national declarations, consensus, conventions, and regulations.
Sobre la institucionalidad de la perspectiva.
In the chapter on the institutional framework of gender perspective, we make some general recommendations and considerations associated to conditions, capabilities, institutional capacities, and other mechanisms that are used by national statistical offices and national statistical systems to plan gender statistics, interinstitutional cooperation, and other governance instruments. Here, we realized that many countries in the region have working documents, guidelines, regulations. In fact, 3 countries have methodological guidelines to apply the gender perspective and specific protocols in order to incorporate gender perspectives into statistical projects. And this chapter shows the state of the art of what exists in our region. Chapter 4, which is fundamental for the guideline, is the phases of the statistical process and was created in accordance with the generic model for the statistical production that you're all very well aware of. 8 phases. Needs, design, construction, data collection, processing, analysis, dissemination, and also evaluation. These guidelines included within this chapter begin with the contributions and good practices that the countries that comprise of the working group, and also guidelines or manuals produced and that were identified in the region and at an international level. And that is how we integrated all this. I would like to talk a little bit more about how we have structured this chapter 4. At the beginning, we included cross-cutting recommendations that encompass the whole statistical process, so that we don't repeat them in each one of the phases. For example, the use of inclusive language, training and creation, awareness creation in the gender perspective to all people and all human resources in these offices that take part in the production process, the importance of the advice of gender specialists, disaggregation, the basic disaggregation of the gender variable, disaggregation in terms of other variables in order to have an intersectional approach among others. And likewise, within this chapter, in each one of the phases, we add a brief description of the international guideline of the generic process. And what is also mentioned is a description of what is implicit in the inclusion of the gender perspective. I hope you can read this, but this is basically the way in which we will be able to view the structure of our document. In that chapter 4, we have all the phases, and for each one of them, the corresponding guidelines. We also mention proposals, or make proposals for each one of the phases. I would like to highlight some on the specification of needs, the importance of the design of lacking details, or how to improve reports on the battery of for monitoring SDGs, a minimum set of indicators, and so on. Or in the design phase, how important it is to design the set of questions with a gender perspective that can be included in surveys foreseen for different issues. Or in the construction phase, the importance of privacy or self-management when it comes to the collection of sensitive information. As mentioned, this chapter, what it also does is not only to provide the guidelines, but it also to show some examples. For example, in the construction phase, on the importance of privacy and the self-management when it comes to the collection of sensitive information. That refers to private interviews and the use of self-reporting forms using headphones that are much more adequate in order to preserve the rights of people that are answering the questionnaire, and to generate information and estimations that are of better quality when it comes to collecting sensitive information. In this specific case, we mentioned the National Survey on Sexual and Gender Diversity of Mexico, the NDC. And in order to conclude, and I hope I am on time, Chapter 5, this last chapter, mentions the challenges that exist within the region in order to apply the gender perspective. And in the various meetings that we held in our working group, we coincided that these were the most important aspects, the most important challenges that guide the actions that are necessary in order to achieve the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in official statistics in countries of the region, highlighting inclusion within the legal framework of the national statistical system, where we can lay the foundations for the collection, dissemination, and the assurance of budgets and resources. The strengthening of the gender institutional framework within the system. Another very important challenge is the financing that avoids stagnation and financial volatility, and that prevents us from having continuity with many of the programs that are specific and that have to do with the gender perspective, the articulation or the coordination between state entities, enabling us to enter into institutional agreements and adequate political agreement. And finally, the importance of the conceptual and methodological standardization around relevant issues such as the gender identity or the issue of environment with a gender perspective, among others. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Norma Luz Navarro.
Thank you, Norma Luz Navarro, Director of the Conceptual Development of the Special Design of Household Surveys. Now we'll move on to recommendations for measuring the quality of household surveys that will be delivered by INE of Chile, and after that, INEGI of Mexico. Good morning. As INE Chile, we coordinate the group on methodological recommendations for quality analysis of figures from household surveys with the technical assistance of the Statistical Division of ECLAC. And as part of our work and considering what we work with, a fundamental aspect has to do, as mentioned yesterday during the final presentation by Sai, has to do with the fact that surveys are one of the three most important tools that we use within NSOs in order to provide information for the generation of public policies. And in that same context, what we expect from these instruments is that they comply with the principle of being representative. What does that mean? Well, when we select a person, an individual, or a statistical unit, that it represents a set or subset of the population with which we can make some populational conclusions with regards to population, and also every time we increasingly receive an increasing demand in terms of have greater disaggregation of the data, and within that context, often designs are not ready to respond to these requirements, and therefore it's very important for us as NSOs responsible for the generation of official statistics that we safeguard the provision to our users of guidelines related to the reliability of data and the estimations that are being used for different purposes. And within that context, we work within this working group in order to generate the methodological recommendations that enable the different NSOs and the respective statistical systems to provide these guidelines. As a first step, we conducted a regional diagnosis, and within this diagnosis, we received answers from, or we had interactions with 33 countries or NSOs, and we found that a diversity with regards to the measures or the criteria that are used in order to measure or assess quality when it comes to estimations. And in addition, within the specifications of the design, we find a diversity when it comes to geographic elements, but also in some cases, even with some disaggregations with socio-demographic variables. And we feel that that is very relevant in terms of disaggregation in gender terms, for example. And so within that process, we worked in producing this document that at the end of the day involves the participation or the work of 15 countries that worked within the group, and 3 had a very active participation. And also within this space, we generated we were able to discuss various elements linked to the discussion as such. Let's see, you'll have to trust me in terms of what appears on this slide, but because they're not very legible, but the whole document it involves 5 chapters. The first one with some general background, a presentation, a conceptual framework as a second chapter. The third element of the third chapter outlines the elements in order to assess the quality of estimations. And within chapter 4, we find the requirements when it comes to the quality of the estimation. This is a fundamental aspect of the document because that is where we specify each one of the elements that have to be assessed, and likewise recommendations with regards to the criteria to be used. And we also bring to the fore the fact that there is a basic recommendation, which is what we're going to provide, but each NSO, in accordance with its own reality and in accordance with its own household survey or design that they have defined, they may be able to define some threshold criteria. And therefore, we expect that to the extent that each institute or institution is able to implement these recommendations, that they do this via the generation of the specification of thresholds that they can share within their own national statistical systems. And in terms of the specific products, in chapter 4, we have 2 elements that are extremely important. One of them is a flow chart to specifically evaluate each one of the estimations. But there is also another very important point when it comes to dissemination. We do not only provide a specific estimation, but rather a set of estimations based on a table of a set of estimations. And therefore, it's important whenever we present these estimations that the whole set complies with certain reliability criteria. In other words, it's not enough for us to have a table where one of those estimations is reliable. We expect a larger set of these to be reliable. And this, in general terms, illustrates that the flow involves 6 different elements. 6 elements, beginning with the design effect, and therefore, as from there, that triggers certain decisions that each one of the teams responsible for conducting the analysis ought to apply. And so, mentioning each one of these criteria, one of the important ones is the design effect. When we talk about household surveys, in general terms, we do not select homes or people, but rather we have a framework of areas, conglomerates, after that homes, and finally we reach our own units that may be persons, homes, or the actual house, the actual dwelling. And this has an impact on the reliability, on the accuracy of the information, and therefore when we analyze reliability, we should take this element into consideration. And our recommendation is that this design effect should be greater than 1. However, within the same flow chart, one can see that there may be exceptions. They should be true exceptions, in other words, a minimum number of exceptions. And therefore, we recommend that each team conducting this review should assess whether this is an element, whether this is a planned area, where this was planned in terms of the domain of the study. And if it was considered to be a domain to be studied, we requested that other elements be evaluated, and that has to do with the sample size. And therefore, an important element for each one of the NSOs, or for each entity that implement these recommendations, is that there must be certain assumptions in terms of how to conduct these estimations. There are estimations that teams themselves, in accordance to the sample area, should take into consideration, such as, for example, a correction per finite population. So, as mentioned, the second element that we request and that should be checked as an element is the sample size. In other words, for those units where the design effect was lower than 1, less than 1, we say, well, please pay attention to the fact that if what you planned has an adequate sample size, what we recommend within the guideline as adequate is a minimum size of 100 units. And thus each NSO should establish its own minimum size, but we have left in brackets there what each NSO should define. But ideally, and the recommendation is that it must be 100 or more units. Now, this is a very important point because it has a direct impact upon the accuracy and therefore upon the expanse of reliability interval. A third element that we must assess and review has to do with the effective sample size. Here we have an example of what it should look like, but in general terms, what we want to highlight here is that this estimation should be conducted by each one of the NSOs. And how? Well, based on 4 specific elements that are present here. One has to do with the design effect under which the original design is structured. It also has to do with a number of conglomerates or units that are planned within the domain. And likewise, we find that often within these units or conglomerates, we have a fixed number of units that will provide us with the total number that was planned. However, and this is something that we have discussed beforehand, in many institutions are finding problems in terms of the effectiveness in the answers of our respondents, and we have to account for that, and thus we have to introduce a correction to that size that accounts for that reality. And with all these elements, we then estimate the minimum effective sample size. And as a group, what we recommend is that this minimum established by the NSO must be within 600 and 100 units. That is the starting point. And therefore, each NSO that implements this may define that this threshold or this minimum size so that they establish this for each one of their statistical operations as a single criteria. The idea is to be a single criteria that is implemented. Fourth element, degrees of freedom. This accounts for the distribution and convergence. And in that sense, to have, we need to have, and this has to do with reliability and accuracy. And therefore, in terms of the documentation that exists and in terms of the bibliographic review that we conducted, there are experiences when it comes to their implementation where we consider a minimum of 9 degrees of freedom, considering that this And the experience talks about 13 degrees of freedom. Now, what do we recommend? That these degrees of freedom, the greater they are, we could expect that this converges towards a normal distribution. And in that sense, we begin with the floor that this, which is defined by the NSO, should be between 9 and 13. The greater, the better. Of course, we would expect, we would be guaranteeing that the interval between them would be far better. But we begin with this starting point. What is very important, and this is within the documentation, are the considerations that we must take into consideration whenever we make these estimates. These estimates must be done for each one of the disaggregations that we're working with, and always considering the underlying design, but also considering whether we're talking of layers of subpopulations, because when we have small subpopulations, this pointer will be very relevant when it comes to the units that we will observe and their geographic or demographic distribution. This pointer, which I believe is one of the most well-known points by all NSOs, and which is traditionally most used, has to do with the variation coefficient. Here we find a relevant aspect because within the specific recommendations, we will make a distinction. The coefficient of variation as used presently can be used for those estimates that are not proportions or a relation between 0 and 1 because of their properties. And in this sense, what is very important is for each NSO to review this, thinking about how to restructure their analytical systems that are normally used for these estimations. And there we define two thresholds that have to be defined by the NSO. The first one has to do with, which is between 15 and 20%. And what we recommend is that the first threshold, where we would be classifying each estimation as reliable.
If the variation coefficient is lower than 15-20%, that would be a reliable estimate. If this between 25 and this lower limit that existed before, or 30 and this lower limit, would be a not reliable estimation. However, if we are talking about variation coefficient over this threshold that goes over 30%, this estimation wouldn't be reliable, and so the NSO should put some warning to the users. And the recommendation would be that this is not subject to be published. As I said before, the coefficient of variation of ratio between 0 and 1 has other properties, and so it wouldn't be appropriate to use this coefficient of variation, and this logarithmic variation coefficient should be used. Some NSO have already implemented this, but the idea is to make progress regionally. Within that context, the definition of this threshold defined by each NSO should be conditioned by the effective sample that I defined previously. There is a direct relationship here, and the idea is to define this in line with this. So here we have the criteria exposed by ECLAC, the criteria used by INE Chile, and also the documented experience that exists about I don't remember the author, but this has been already specified. So in this, within this context, each NSO should define this threshold. So what we're going to have here is that we have gone over this flow, and the last element is the non-weighted cases. And this point is related to the units, a part of the samples which are affected by the topic of interest of studies, occupied people, informally employed, men and women, and that should be something that we should include within the first threshold. That would be over 30 units. And now In any case, if this is lower than 30 units, this would be not reliable. The idea is not to publish this, but if we recommend that in threshold 2, over 40 or 50 units, that would be a reliable estimation, and all what is in the middle would be not very reliable estimate. So in summary, how we operationalize this, we're going to have this definition per each estimate, but when we tabulate this, we're recommending that the estimate or the calculation per each estimate, once we have defined this, we see the estimate that's a part of some tabulation, and the recommendation is that 50% plus 1 of this estimation should be reliable. In the case that if this is not the case, disaggregation should be revisited and the exercise should be run again. In summary, it is very important that we put emphasis in the implementation of these recommendations for the statistic analysis, and these elements should be considered when designing each of the surveys. So these elements should be revisited when planning the survey. On the other hand, these elements of effective sample size could be considered in the analysis of the survey, so operational performance indicators should be regularly monitored in any statistical process. Within the same context, I think that it's very important that as NSO, we put all these guidelines at the disposal of the different stakeholders as well as institutions which are in charge of the statistics in their respective countries to contribute having information of quality for making right decisions at the public level. INEGI, and now INEGI from Mexico. Isabel Isla, thank you so much. I don't know if, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we have to talk about recommendation for measurement of perception in household surveys. So I would like to tell you a little bit about information. It is very clear now that over the last years, there is a growing interest of the countries, not only in the region, but in the world, to understand the welfare of people. And this is not only related to worried about measurement and how these measurements are led by the different people. So it has been decided last year to establish this working group on measurement of perceptions made up by 9 countries in the region and ECLAC as the technical secretariat. In following up this work, the general objective of this group is to contribute to strengthening the capacities of the statistical systems to understand and better measure the welfare, but under a subjective approach. So part of this group committed to an output where their document should be should be produced, establishing general recommendations that include indicators and measurements of perceptions in the household survey. And something very important, not only as general criteria, but sensitive to the different natures of the countries. Which were the initial steps? Well, we didn't start from zero. We didn't start from scratch, in other words. So we started revisiting all the efforts that has been made recently along the same vein. And so in an international level, we have recognition of 2030 agenda. we established with inequalities, subjective elements, how the people live, and also efforts such as the one carried out by other international agencies such as ECDO, and something that was very important also is the specificities of the region. So there was a consultation to the participating countries to see which countries in the region had made efforts along this line. And so we identified 3 cases, a Chilean, Colombian, and Mexican case, where progress has been made gradually in terms of this type of producing this type of information. Well, we can say that the work was based in 4 pillars that we should accomplish. The first one was to recognize the complexity of the phenomena and the need to have them from different perspectives. So it was important to have a multidimensional approach. And it was required to have a regional consensus recognizing heterogeneity of the different circumstances, but also to think out of the box. That is not to what we normally estimate as objective vision, but from this perspective, from this perception and subjectivity include other aspects which are relevant to understand welfare and quality of individuals. And of course, to continue in the contribution of this agenda has been established in many years by now in terms of understanding the welfare of countries and people beyond the GDP. And so that made us to establish as a starting point to set up consensus first in concepts. What would be called subjective measure? In the document, you will find that subjective measures are crucial components to measure the overall well-being, providing an alternative criterion. But beyond an alternative criterion, I would say that is complementary criterion, which provides information which could be coincidental with the subjective measurements. But something that is very important is that, well, you will remember that some years ago we had social riots that couldn't be explained from objective information such as economic growth. But something wasn't perceived, although we have these subjective indicators, the people were not perceiving this in that way. So this way of living the circumstances is something that we're going to call subjective measures. What's the subjective perception? This is the representation of a reality that varies from one individual to another according to their personal experiences and learning processes. I'm not asking their opinions, but the way they live that specific issue, and hence the difference in the approach. So this privileges the meaning of the objective reality for people and how these meanings have impact on preferences, behaviors of the citizens in our countries. It's true that as part of this agenda, we recognize the need to implement a gender perspective. And we cannot just recognize the information in average that is enough, but we need now the way how these phenomena create inequalities, gaps, or delays among the different population groups. So it's very important to put emphasis on discriminations, for instance, which perpetuate inequalities. Well, up to here were the agreements, and next, what are the dimensions which we need to make them visible? And we agreed upon 14 different thematic areas. If you know the framework of WISE Center, they consider 11. So we have some coincidence, but in the region, some thematic areas were considered differently. Which were these 14 thematic areas? Subjective well-being, social cohesion, confidence, discrimination, education, social stratification, environment, health, safety, economic situation, work and quality of employment, use of ICTs, use of time, housing, and environment. In the document, we have identified in some cases that these are distributed that help reach an agreement. What's the meaning of this one? The balance of what we create here is a sort of a matrix. In one hand, we have the dimensions of an agreement, which is very important, but also the information in the average, the information, the gap, information of the population, inequalities, and what other things are going will you find it documented, but not only this consensus and dimensions, but a review of the efforts made in the region. And so they have been clearly identified in terms of the surveys which have been used in Chile, the ones who have been used in Mexico, Colombia, to count on this type of information. And without reaching agreement on a specific model, you will find a kind of a repository of the battery of questions which are part of these instruments. And what are the next steps? Well, next step is to fill in the boxes of this matrix. In some cases, we have information, and the only pending task is how we present this and how we communicate this. But in other cases, we will have to produce new information. And so in these sessions, we have seen that we have different alternatives, not only to think of surveys or censuses, but alternative methodologies as the one that we saw just today for a small area estimation, for example. So we need to have information to have a full landscape of in terms of the welfare of people. We're also missing other things because this is one of the starting points of the statistical offices. We need to strengthen these foundations, not only to have conceptual consensus, but to have indicators where we can not only have the objective vision for these dimensions, but also from the perception, the subjective vision. This is what we have. You are all invited to review this material. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Isabel. Vamos a pasar al receso directamente.
Now, we're going to leave the question then after. Well, we're going to reconvene at 1500 hours. Remember that now we have a side event, microdata for Latin America and the Caribbean. It's practices, plans, and challenges. This is organized by the Regional Hub of the United Nations for Big Data in Brazil. Well, we're going to continue with, we're going to reconvene at 1500 hours.
Hello? Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start the side event. Welcome the ones that are here and the ones that are connected from far away. Let's start the session, the side event on big data in Latin America and the Caribbean, practice, plan, and challenges. Today we will have 3 speakers. I will speak on behalf of the UN Regional Hub for Big Data in Latin America and the Caribbean that is hosted by the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics in Brazil. Just after, I will show you the result of 2 consultations we have been holding the last 2 years, the first one in 2022 and the second in 2023. The results is showing answers of selected countries, not selected by us, but selected by themselves. It's voluntary survey, so the ones that wanted and could answer the consultations. And just after me, Piedad Urdinola will talk about how is the use of big data in Colombia, in Dani, Colombia. And after, Miosotis will show how it's going in Dominican Republic. Just after, it would be good that the other national statistical offices could share their experience. Can be the ones that are here, but also the ones that are connected. We have some people connected right now, so the floor will be open to the ones that want to contribute with the discussion. Thank you very much. May I have the presentation? The presentation, please. It's coming. Yeah. Yeah, it's almost here. Because I need it here, otherwise I don't see. I try to see it there. I cannot move. Okay, great. Let's hear. So I will just give an overview on how it has been in Latin America and the Caribbean. I will first talk about the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. It's a very, very large name. We call it UNCEBD because it's much shorter, much easier. I will talk about the regional hub, the UN regional hub that's, as I said, it's held by IBG in Brazil. And then I will show you quickly results on about this consultation, these 2 consultations we have conducted 2022-2023. Just a few words about the UNCEBD, the UN Committee of Experts on Big Data and Data Science for Official Statistics. It's an instance that was created 10 years ago, actually at the Statistical Commission of 2014. And the idea was, first, the Statistical Commission recognized the need of looking into different data sources. We had already a discussion about registers, and then big data appeared as an opportunity to complete, to replace, but most of the case to complete some data that are missing in the statistical production. Today, 10 years after, the UNCEBD is big, as you can see here, because it's not, if it's possible to show at the big screen who is behind the scene. It's not going to the big screen. We have a huge structure nowadays, a governative structure, but also some task teams. If I know. Okay, at the bottom, the orange boxes are task teams that are studying how to use big data for different subjects in different ways and different kind of big data. For example, mobile phone big data, satellite imagery, for what? For scanner data, for prices. Here. So those task teams are working on that. We have also training task team. We have privacy enhancing technologies task team. So it's a couple of task teams working, basically made up of national statistical offices and international institutions. At the left, you see the regional hubs and the sector hubs. We are talking about a work that is held by the regional hub in Latin America and the Caribbean, but we have also regional hubs. I will skip. We have also regional hubs in Africa, in Middle East, and also in Asia. They are the four regional hubs we have. We have a sector hub working with the economic account that's nowadays in the Basque Center in Spain. But it's a sector hub. It's not working with national statistical offices in the region. All the other regional hubs are working with the national statistical offices in their region. In Brazil, what we wanted to do, we are a regional hub to support National Statistical Office in the use of big data for statistical production. Basically, that's what we do. We do that in 4 work streams. We conduct training as courses and hands-on activities. We are doing research on the use of big data for statistical production. We are organizing some conferences, some activities. We organize workshops. We organize, for example, joint with the UNSD and also with the ECLAC, some activities, all in the meaning of building capacity for using big data in national statistical offices. What I am showing today is a result of the consultation as I have mentioned. That's one of the very important activities we are doing, because in this way we know what is the challenges, we know what the countries are doing, the national statistical offices are doing, we know the needs, and we can share. We know even if they have a capacity to help other countries. This year we conducted one activity joint with Dani Colombia. You received a group of 7 countries. The Dani received a group of 7 countries to be trained, and we know that because we made a consultation. And in one point, Dani Colombia said, yes, we are using big data, we are doing this and that with big data, so we can just go and ask collaboration of these countries to help other countries in the region, because we share a common culture, a common language most of the time, and so it's possible to have one country helping another country in the region. The cooperation, the regional cooperation, South-South, but specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, is very, very possible, as you will see soon, because I will show you how many countries are already using big data for statistical production. It may be for experimental statistics or for official statistics, but they are doing a lot. So this consultation is very important to help us to follow up how it's evolving in the region, but most of all, how it was, because when we started in 2021, we did the first consultation in 2022, and we had already pictured what was the situation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So it's just general results. I think that it's just some general results of the response. We had in 2022 16 countries responding, and in 2023 17 countries. I will show you in a map how it's going. The names of the countries are in the bottom. I will not read that to save time, in the interest of time. Just to show you how is that. 2022 at the left, the countries in green have answered the consultation, and the same for 2023. As I mentioned, 16 in 2022, 17 in 2023. Caribbean is not very possible to see because it's a lot, but it's 6 countries in Caribbean that answered the 2023, 3 countries in 2022. Here it's picturing how things are going, what countries, what national statistical offices are using big data for official statistics, the first map, the middle map, experimental statistics, and the right map, what countries are conducting studies on the use of big data for official or experimental statistics. Just quickly to show you what they are using, the blue one at left, what they are using, what type of big data, and for what the right one. They're using basically web scraping, satellite imagery for official statistics to produce information on population, poverty, prices. Yeah, I have to look here. And prices. In terms of experimental statistics, again, web scraping, social networks, satellite imagery to produce what? Prices, poverty, population, mobility. In terms of studies, they are doing, again, web scraping, satellite imagery. It's not, of course it's that, because satellite imagery is free to use. You can use web scraping with some technologies, but you don't need to buy data. And that's one of the challenges in using big data when you don't have data. So just summarizing the challenges reported by the National Statistical Office are human rights, technological infrastructure, methods, financial resources, legislation, techniques for privacy enhancing technologies, interoperability of the big data with other kind of data, and knowledge of what big data is. That's new, that's this year. People said, look, we don't know really what big data is. So we have to talk more about that in order to make clear what kind of data we are calling big data. Just to finish, some remarks. It's an ongoing study. So we have 2 years, but we intended to conduct that every year and to try to follow up that what we expect that the improvement in the region. We need to improve the response rate. I have talked to the colleague at CARICOM to improve, especially in Caribe. UNCBDs address some of the challenges, for example, infrastructure. If you don't have that is the global platform. It's the one resource that the UNCBD is putting available for the national statistical offices. What we can see is that most of the countries in Latin America, in North and South America, Central and South America, they are using in a way, even if they are just studying. We don't know much about Caribbean area because we didn't get that many answers. So that's our partners. INERI, DANI, National Statistical Office in Paraguay, our direct partner. We are partnering with all the national statistical offices, but they are supporting us at the regional hub, being part of a structure that we have, our advisory board and other kind of instances. The IADB, ECLAC, just to show you how many people, I will not read the names, how many people is involved on that. And that's all. Thank you very much. I think that I passed a bit. I expected 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I will pass to Piedad. So if we can have... Okay, Piedad is picturing what is going on in Dani, Colombia.
Well, thank you very much.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, while the presentation pops up, I just want to talk about what we have advanced in big data for Colombia. Okay, here it is. So we started with the use of experimental statistics. We have already done some experimental statistics that come from projects that are either being undertaken and have an innovative aspect, either with new data or new sources or a new methodology or a combination of any of the three, or when we have to face a new topic or something that we have to measure for the first time. That's what we call experimental statistics. And under that figure, then we are considering experimental as they offer new ways of quantitatively characterizing this phenomenon in the 3 dimensions of the sustainable development, economic and socio-demographic and environmental for the country. You can find out our experimental statistics in the link that is there in the bottom of this slide, and you can download and see whatever we have produced. So among them, I want to point out that we start producing these experimental statistics because there's global, national, and subnational decision making that we're needing, and we are not producing some of this data, but by using any of these innovations that I just mentioned, we could. Second, we could measure and monitor SDGs, and that's very important. Third, we can exchange and integrate data between and among institutions. 4, we can create linking points and new insights between data. 5, where we can promote investing and in capacity building. And finally, we can explore and leverage new data and sources. So from the creation and objectives that we have, it all started in 2019. We have legal creation of the group that's working with these objectives in 2019. It was modified by May 2020, and in the incoming months, we will have a new update. So the idea is to have innovation and collaboration in statistical processes, analysis of trends, good practices and standards, international standards to improve our processes, research and incorporation of cutting-edge methodologies supported by proofs and concepts, and articulation with technical directorates and working groups, ranging from thematic definition to recommendations to optimize statistical operations. So the innovation in data and technology for decision-making is something that we also want to work on, with emphasis on the use of non-traditional data sources, for innovative proposals, the integration of machine learning techniques for advanced methodologies, the use of data visualization tools to improve decision-making, and applied research projects that look for modernization of the entity, strengthening statistical processes, and improve decision-making with advanced data. So I want to point out this last point, because it's not only useful to produce the data, to create the indices, the SDGs that we have to do, but will also optimize our own statistical production. So by leading this modernization, strengthening statistical processes, and improving processes that we already do, machine learning, we are piloting some issues within the DANE, and we're already seeing good results for that. So this aims to the use of non-traditional sources, the application of machine learning, and finally data visualization. So in this slide, I just want to point out that we have carried out several projects for applied research in this area. Since 2019, when we started with this, and up to 2022, we have several projects going on that have improved many of the estimations that we need to produce, and indices that are important for decision making, both private and public decisions that are needed and produced for the institution. So on the other hand, we combine this with a lot of geospatial information. So this allows the integration of statistical and geospatial information, which is key for using Earth observations in national statistical offices and for the calculation of SDGs. So it allows the production of indicators from NDGs, which could otherwise be technically or financially very difficult to calculate. It will reduce the frequency of surveys and associated costs by providing information at a higher level of disaggregation, and it provides breakdown and granularity of indicators ensuring that they are spatially oriented. So again, here are some of the examples that we are using these techniques to produce all these indicators. As you can see, SDG 911, SDG 11, 1.1, 2.1, 3.1, and 7.1. So all of them are only available to produce for us by combining this information and applying these type of methodologies that will lead to the construction of these SDGs that typically are subnational and very hard to produce if we are basing our estimations mainly or only on surveys. So this is just great examples of how we're producing this. Also, it allows the identification and prioritization of urban areas susceptible of updating in the statistical framework of areas based on the definition of indicators of urban dynamics. So things like urban soil density or expansion of the landscape, imbalance of population and urban growth, and spatial autocorrelation with within statistical operations are also great uses that we are benefiting from these methodologies. So these are other initiatives that we are doing, that we're carrying out at this point in DANE. So we want to have an autonomous database and object storage, data science, and Oracle data integration is something that we're using for the identification in anomalies within the urban economic census. So it's proven to be very effective to train, evaluate, and implement models for machine learning to detect these anomalies within the operative and thematics for this census, and will be a great implementation that we will do for this year. We have already piloted this for this particular census, and once we are picking up the data next year, we hope it works. It is also important to characterization of gender and sex provided by the government of data within the tool of data science in the cloud, having access to the security and information management. We have also produced the monetary poverty indicators for very small areas, combining with satellite information and geospatial information. And we are producing already both these for very small areas, not only municipalities, but also for blocks. We can also have this news index, which is a modern interpretation and classification of text data from 3 sources of information: news in the websites, trends in Google, and information that we already have in our surveys. So we are developing at this point a pilot, and we are using the GPU resource both for training and pre-processing. And finally, for perception of trust and perception of discrimination, we are using both interpretation models and text classification coming from tweets, now X, by DANE Colombia, and Facebook comments for the measurement of this trust perception about DANE from citizens and the general public. So we are, at this point, also learned that there are several dimensions that have impact in production. The use of non-traditional sources to make decisions, to contrast, and to improve capacities, both in programming and learning new statistical models. For the use of non-traditional sources, we are approaching social network, text, and websites. The machine learning methodologies that we're training our statisticians and engineers in the institution are KNN, autoencoder, neuronal networks, multi-output, mice, local outlier factor, and isolation forest, and ABOT. Other additional techniques are web scraping and image processing, text analysis or sense analysis, topic vectorization, and processing of natural language. So the other results that we are achieving are the optimization of internal processing the entity. As I mentioned, we have already done it for one entire statistic process in particular, and we are having very good results. So we are hoping to expand this use of machine learning for the generation of research documents, to develop and improving algorithms, and to provide recommendations for internal and external entities. So there are some challenges from using big data, as with everything else. So one is having insufficient technological infrastructure. We're using Oracle Cloud for cloud processing, but there are limitations in the generation of local data lakes. Another challenge that we face is the lack of technical capacity in big data and AI, because most of the people that are well trained in these areas are people that are very well paid outside the institution, outside the public sector in general. So we have a high staff turnover, and recruitment is very difficult. So there's more need for specialized equipment as well, because it takes a lot of machine time. The third challenge is limited negotiation capacity with the private sector, because this is a new technology, is mostly or entirely produced by the private sector, and then that's very limited for us. And we have some cases studies from mobile phone data or access to LinkedIn and social networks. Also, technological gaps and the need to improve relationships with particularly these private institutions. Fourth challenge is ethical use of the web data sources. There are legal problems and clauses for use, and to ensure safe treatment and privacy of users. And the last challenge is the change of culture within the NSO. So the strengthening and the institutional change derived from this innovation should be understood as a process, but this is really hard to make people understand. Duplication of tasks, a strengthening and empowerment of areas within the office to lead the progress, for instance, in systems, is also one big challenge to face. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pedro. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. It's really nice to see how we are picturing well what are the challenges. I guess that Myosotis will mention some that is not very different from that. Actually, in these meetings that we are always discussing the challenges of national statistical offices, the challenges are basically the same. I think that we face a difficult moment. It's not only due to the pandemic, but the pandemic severed that. That's that we are facing challenges in all the areas of statistical production, and it reflects also in the use of big data. Thank you very much, Piedad. Myosotis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. And also I want to thank you and the Hub for the invitation to the Dominican Republic National Statistical Office to share with you our little steps, in all those issues about the big data. And one of the things I want to share with you is that we recognize that it was very important to use the data, the non-conventional and non-traditional sources to generate, to produce statistics. And in the case of the Dominican Republic, I remember when we arrived to the government that we started to do a kind of working with the analysis of sentimental analysis of the Twitter, Facebook, and social network about prices. And we making a small report for our minister and each week. And because there was a lot of issue around the prices of the basic products in the Dominican Republic, and at that time, one of the things that the minister talked to us is that it will not well received because there was a lot of the sentiments were not good about it. So try to give to the decision makers try to present those information about those kind of analysis. They was very new and they were not like open to start a conversation about that. So with this, having this in mind, and also having in mind that, for example, in the environmental sector, we have a lot to produce. There is a lack of information, a lack of indicators. We start to make a reflection inside of the office and try to see how we can take advantage of all the benefits that those non-traditional sources can do to the statistical production in the Dominican Republic. And today I want to share with you most of us that the experience that we are having in the case of environment and the producing of some kind of indicators, but at the same time, just to mention that we are having also an experiment on wood scrapping, that it was not good as good as we think, but that's want to share with you. And then this first slide that you are seeing, one of the issue that for us, the lesson that we are learning in the Dominican Republic is that it is necessary to plan all those things that you want to do. But it's important, and we know that it's important also that this production process of the statistics. But when you have to use those new traditional, non-traditional and sources, it is very important, because it's like an investment that you are doing, and not all the time you know if this is going to be okay for and if you're going to have all the resources that you need, and technical resources, human resources, all around those kind of experiments that you have. And what we're doing in the case of environmental indicators that we were working is also to have this preparation, to planning to do a kind of research, that our team is doing in order to see what is the best, the best information that we have, the best good practices that we have in turn to adapt to the Dominican Republic and try to moving forward. And then that is important when you identify what you wanted, is the training and the continuous learning that our team is doing, and that was very important for us. Like, it is something that is to the next one, that is obtaining information for non-traditional sources, is this learning by doing. No, because it's not just that the team is training themselves, but they are training with the purpose, and they have at the end of the exercise something that they produce. And that is also very important to encourage the team to continue, because there is also around this kind to work with the good vibes for the team, and they try to move forward. And we have a lot of young people working on environment department, so there's all the time they need challenge, they need to see that they can they are doing something different and is innovating for them. And also all the time it will be in this process. It's very important. So reviewing the process we are having, and we are receiving a lot of also feedback from the environmental here in the statistical division, working with us, also doing the training. We are receiving a lot of training in big data, business intelligence, and how they can put into place for our team in the production and the dissemination. That it was very important also how then when we produce the indicator or the data, how is disseminate in different kind of innovative also visualization process. What we are doing, and just want to reflect in this with this slide, is that important is for us the training and the workshop for the application, this kind of, so to have our coach, no, in the implementation, and try that the team can find that they have this peer review, like is supporting you, that what you are doing, but also how those training and workshop that we are participating, how we can use different sources, like that we can have the information that we have in the Dominican Republic, trying also those kind of website on there is a free information that we can combine, that we can mix in order to calculate the different indicators. Up to now, with big data, we are obtaining some kind of indicators like land use and soil cover, vegetation index in protected areas, permanence of freshwater bodies over the time, and the solid waste in coastal areas through image. And with this one, is very important that we are using of drones in order to catch the image, and also working between our environmental department, but also with the geospatial department, trying to combine different those kind of mission that we have on the field. It is also a learning between two departments, doing a cooperation inside the office, and the reason is very important. And just to give you an example, we are calculating this with this promise, with the sargassum, that is very important for the tourism in the Dominican Republic, and how we can now given to the decision maker information about the density, and doing a kind of infography, having a dashboard, no, in order to collect information and give a kind of information to the decision maker. What is the main challenge? And as you mentioned, Andrea, and also Piedad, it is very, when I saw the slide of Piedad from Colombia, I saw that it's like the same to us, but at the same, it's very interesting that we have the same challenge, because we can collaborate. Now, so it is an opportunity. If it's somebody that is very different, so it will be maybe some more difficult. But you have a community, again, you can learn from each other, and there is not that who is ahead from the others. No, and that was very important. There was a 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, there was in Dominican Republic the library, the book fair, and there was an interesting presentation about the progress. No, because progress, when you think progress, you left behind the others. But we don't. There is not something about progress. It's something about development. It's something about the transform our society. And I think that in the case of big data, we have an opportunity also to strengthen the collaboration that we have as a region. Here, as you can see, all the technical challenge, no, and have the opportunity to train in our team with the necessary and the specific trainings for calculate the information that is requested in the Dominican Republic, but also issues about the confidentiality and challenge, like license terms of the users under which data is protected, and also have that this confidentiality that we know that is important for us to share with and to this dissemination. As I told you, there was an experience also with scrapping. We're working with financial doing a financial institution in the Dominican Republic, but I don't know going to deeper to this experience, but the learnings, the lesson learned that I share with you now is from both experiments, and we identified that there is an opportunity for the use of data, so that we can trying to continue with this kind of experiment, that we are interested on it. that we connect with an ecosystem of institution, and it was very important because there is a possibility and capacity of exchange and generate of automate information regardless of the modality, except for the environmental issues. In the case of the web scrapping and financial area, we found that there is no market or there is no interest in among the institutions that are part for the our national statistics system, no, on those kind of initiative, but maybe they have no another issue, and maybe there is something that we have also to try to develop in the Dominican Republic. We are pushing about our reform, and we are trying to do in this scope. No, but at the level, what we saw is that at the level of discourse, there is a lot of interest in, but when you have to materialize all the agreement that you arrive, there is no reflected. And also, as institution need to make a maximum effort to provide information to require for all the interchange, the interoperability that they have to create, and this framework for that. It is important to have define in order to take more advantage, to more benefits about all those experience. So that is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Miazotis. Thank you, Piedad, for keeping the time. It's very important to come back and always remembering the challenges, because we have a very few money. We need to know where to put it. So to look into our challenges, institutions that are supporting National Statistical Office like IADB, like ECLAC, on the use of big data or any other kind of data. It's very important to share with them, because it's a way of knowing where to put the investments that we don't have that much. I would like now to open to other national statistical offices that wanted to make any comment or to say a bit about how is that using big data at the National Statistical Office. If anyone wants to say a few words to share with us, or if you are not doing, what are the challenges you can see, in what way we could in terms of UN regional hub help the countries to start a project with big data. As I said, UNSCBD through UNSCBD already addressing some of the challenges. They have the expert group on privacy enhancing technology. That's very important. Another one on training, and another resource we have is the global platform. So for the countries that have face issues in terms of infrastructure, they can count on the global platform that belongs to this structure of UNCBD. Yes, now I would like to open to the countries. I don't know if there is someone online that wanted to make a question. There is a question. You can come here if you want, because I could not connect. I tried to connect, I could not. If you want that. Okay. Okay. Alrighty, open the mic.
Hi everyone.
Okay, feel free, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this space. I enjoyed the presentation very much. And I am Federico Juncosa from CAF, from the research department at CAF Development Bank. And we had an initiative where we were like pushing for projects that use admin data and big data for the use of public policies in the like not only in the evaluation of ex post performance of policies, but also on the design and monitoring, real-time monitoring of policies. That was called hands-on data. I don't know if you've heard it before. And we had a collaboration with Dane specifically on that project, and we published a book together. And I was wondering about the presentation. That I assume that it's very relevant because we found that as a very prominent barrier, that the availability of data from private sources, but also from different agencies within the government, data sharing and the purposes for which that sharing is being done is always an issue, and the states in the region have this sort of inertia and hurdles to come together to share data. But also the pandemic was a very big push for the use of these data, and so I was wondering if you could recollect and gather and share experiences with policy, regulatory, and legal tools to kind of push through these hurdles and get to better sharing and pushing for the private sector for sharing data for public policies. It would be great. It would be great to have that as a common knowledge in the region.
Thank you very much. Do you, Piedad or Miosotis, want to address?
Well, indeed, during the pandemic, we created a geo-visualizator with some socio-demographic and economic characteristics of the households that was produced at the level of block. So that was very important for policy making, for policy decisions, as it provided the vulnerabilities of households at this very small level. And it was very useful for policymakers to bring or try to cover the necessities that households had during the pandemic. So that was kind of a push, as you said, due to the pandemic. And those methods have also been used, as I showed in the presentation, for the production of other geospatial data combined with socio-demographic information.
Thank you very much, Piedad. Do you wish?
In the Dominican Republic, no, because we started as I mentioned, like in 2021, and just with environment, but most of the vulnerability information is made by SUBEN, that is the unique beneficiary system, that is the one who produce and calculate those information that is taken into account for vulnerabilities and all the yes.
Thank you very much. Just a quick comment.
Just a quick recap. I was wondering about the legal instrument per se. I mean, when it was the height of the pandemic, we were trying to work with admin data on social registries, just to georeference where people live, where people work in admin records, and try to model through the transit network where concentrations would happen. But then the government made an alliance. I don't know if I don't know the details, if it was a legal instrument to push them, or it was a collaboration that emerged due to the needs of the pandemic. But to have those instruments at hand and be able to consider them for public for the future would be great.
Just a quick comment, because your question, your issue takes us back before the pandemic. It's a long time that we are just fighting for data integration in our, at least in Brazil, and I think that all the countries live the same. We know that other parts of the government, for example, has some kind of data, admin data. It's before pandemic and before big data, because now we are talking about big data, but even before, we were already trying to work on the project of that data integration that could bring the data from other part of the government. But it's an issue because everybody's out of their data, and privacy enhancing technologies come to try to help us to show that we can share data. We can integrate data, and we can use you can do that without putting risk the privacy. But it's an ancient issue that, at least in Brazil, we didn't address yet. We don't have yet a data integration area in the government, let's say. Beyond that, it comes with the private sector data. So, but before that, we have to address our own issues with the government. We are government. When they say, I cannot give you the data due to privacy issues, we say, wow, but we are government. We are the National Statistical Office. We are under the fundamental principles of official statistics, and we are concerned about privacy. But they keep saying that we cannot give the. At the end of the day, what happens is that each one feels that they are owner of that data. But yeah, you are right. We have to address that at one point. Thank you very much for the question, for the comment. Anyone else here? Any other National Statistical Officer? Anyone else in the room would like to make a comment, a question, contribution? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and it was a pleasure to be here to listen to those very informative presentations. And this, I would say, is also a very important area for CARICOM. It's actually speak to another one of our strategic priorities under the Regional Strategy for the Development of Statistics, that is on the innovation and also the IT infrastructure, which is an important strategic driver. However, we have not gone very far with in terms of advancing innovation. But I think, as my colleague from Jamaica made reference to the issue of how can we leverage big data to complement the production of official statistics, given the challenges that we are having in executing our normal statistical activities, for example, surveys, and the response rate that we are getting from those surveys, and the pandemic would have significantly affected our response rate in most of our member states. So we have to be thinking about creative ways and means to compile our statistics. And of course, this offers an important opportunity for us that we can capitalize on, right? One particular area that I know countries might be interested in is the household budget surveys. The execution of these surveys is very onerous, right? And most countries have tried the diary approach and the recall approach, and neither was very effective. So, are there any experiences in terms of developing your basket for your consumer price index using these alternative sources of data, right? Because I can give you an example that conducting a household interview for the household budget survey using the recall method actually took on average 4 to 5 hours for one household, right? Which is, which is just not practical, not reasonable. It's not something that we can sustain. So we're interested, very highly interested in knowing how we can develop this area so that we can capture information that would inform our expenditure patterns to develop a basket for consumer price index, right? Also, I would say important for us is training and capacity development in this area. And I think there was an initiative under the project for regional advancement of statistics in the Caribbean, which was being executed by Statistics Canada. There was actually a training in data science in collaboration with the Office of National Statistics Office in the UK. So I think we need to build on this work to ensure that that the capacity is there within the sub-region, right? Also, we can consider establishing centers of excellence that could assist in developing this capacity in our member states. Quite interesting was the information on the use of geospatial information. I think this is something that we can capitalize on, given that most of the countries have updated imagery and geospatial information because of the census. So our production of the SDG indicators in CARICOM is rather low, and I see this as a low-hanging fruit that we could actually capture information on these indicators, where we can use the imagery that is available to produce those. I could also speak to well, access to big data could be an issue, but I think there is an opportunity for us, because I've been in discussion with the CARICOM private sector organization, who have expressed their willingness to collaborate with us. So I think they could use their influence to probably leverage this sort of access that you would need from the private sector to access big data. But obviously, as you indicated, there are confidentiality issues that the private sector will be concerned about. So we need to be able to allay those concerns, right? Well, as indicated, there is a lack of capacity in the analysis of this type of data. However, recently we have discussed with one of our organizations, Caribbean Youth Council, that do a lot of research, and they indicated that they have access to a lot of the human resources and the expertise in terms of data science and machine learning and so this is one group that we could collaborate with in terms of doing greater research in this area. But of course, going forward, we would have to continue collaborating and so to see how we can develop tools that would be of benefit to the CARICOM region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just quickly, I didn't mention in the interest of time, but we have been holding training. We had a training in 2022 delivered by IBG on using web scraping for prices. So you can reproduce your basic basket and also the CPI. The part that is online is available because there is recordings. And this year, we just delivered the training on the use of satellite imagery for the indicator 1171, and it was delivered by Dani Colombia. And the online part is also available because we have recordings. So if you want to have a look at that and share with the countries in the region, feel free, because it's on the website of the regional hub. That's just hub.ibg.gov.br. It's easy to find it, or go into the website of the UNCBD, you'll find also that. I will just close. Sorry.
Just to add. So we are planning to develop an account, trying to do another round of this training in this kind, and maybe we can invite some countries from the region, from the Latin America and from the Caribbean, of course, just we have to see
arrange that,
the ranges.
This
the
training was
arrangement of
delivered
this.
in Spanish. Maybe we can have another one delivered. I talked to Danielle, we talked together yesterday, deliver one in English. Because one country from Caribbean just registered, when saw that was in Spanish, they quitted. So maybe we can have a round in English.
Or with trying to do it with translation, just to have this opportunity to have the two, Spanish and English-speaking countries.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Rolando. I'll give the floor to Freddy and we close because everybody may be hungry.
I know. I'll be brief. Thank you, Andrea, again from the Global Partnership. So my comment is related on how we make linkages on the different agendas that we have. So when we talk about data and big data, that's kind of an agenda that is talking to each other, but then we have the AI agenda. And we see in some conferences and events that they don't take into consideration sometimes that data is the basis for AI. So we need to actually be very much involved in these conversations, especially from the stats community as well. And also the other agenda that should be in the focus when we discuss about big data is the digital transformation, which is also based on data. So these kind of discussions, since we are part of the statistical community, we have to also be part of these discussions so that they are not working in silos, but rather that the statistical community is involved in this. And then just finally to mention, as I said in the previous intervention, about the training that we have on mobile data operators that is coming up in the next few weeks. I know it's not for the whole region. We have a number of countries. But this is actually the first exercise that we're planning to have. Probably next year we'll have a second round on mobile data operators, which is actually big data as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Freddy. Thank you very much, Miosotis and Piedad, and everybody that stayed here and also connected. So thank you very much.
So we have time for a quick lunch.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We'll begin with what we will discuss in this next phase. Now, we'd like to continue with the provisional agenda that we agreed yesterday and deal with the point that has to do with the review and adoption of the biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities 2024-2025 of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. The proposals that we will listen to now will give rise to the new working groups for the period 24-25, and we will listen to presentations by each one of them, and after that we will have a final space for queries, questions and suggestions related to the presentations. It's important to remember that based on the suggestions that you make, we will make the necessary adjustments of the program of the new working groups. Before the presentation, as for ECLAC, we will make a brief introduction to this process that we undertook in order to select the themes as secretariat, as technical secretariat, and these the working groups that will be submitted to your approval. The introduction will be delivered by Rolando Ocampo, very important person. Let's see if we can have a look at the presentation on the screen. Well, this is the program, the proposed program, and it has to do with what we did in a very summarized manner. Prior to the 12th meeting, there was a summons that was put out in June. In September, we approved the working groups following a process that we will review now. The idea is that the follow-up will be between the 23rd and 24th Executive Committee of the SCA. The 14th is the one that we always want to be face-to-face next year, based on, of course, or depending on the availability of our colleagues from the Executive Committee. And normally we also we always are able to bring together several colleagues, and by November of 2025, in the 13th Statistical Conference of the Americas, we will be closing or ending the work of these working groups. Now, what was the summons and the proposals. Well, we summoned or we called for the presentation of proposals for the new working groups and between May 18th and July 7th. In all, we received 35 proposals obtained from 14 NSOs or 14 NSOs or NSOs from 14 countries in the region. And this is how we received this proposal. Colombia submitted 7, Mexico 6, Venezuela 6 proposals, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, Chile, and suggested 2. Argentina put forward 4, and the rest of the countries that you see there proposed a single proposal. Now, following this stage, there was a process, a review and pre-selection process. There was a merger of similar proposals. The technical secretariat suggested the improvement of some requests by some groups, and we received a total of 28 proposals, which were distributed at a regional level. And what was asked is for all of you to define 12 proposals that each country had to select the 12 proposals that they deemed should participate. This process was held between July 27 and August 7th. And now once we received all that information and we received proposals from all countries, here we can see how many countries answered the consultation. 20 countries answered. And there you can find the names of the countries that responded. And based on these results and on some additional criteria that were discussed in a couple of meetings with the executive committee, it was decided to increase from 12 to 13 the number of proposals in order to establish the working group in the biennium 2024-2025. Now, with regards to the approval of these proposals, these are the 13 proposals. First of all, the peer review mechanism in Latin America and the Caribbean, the diagnosis on technologies and methodologies for census mapping. Thirdly, data imputation methodologies applied to household surveys and population censuses, an issue that is acquiring great importance during this census round. The fourth one was recommendations to incorporate methodologies, estimation methodologies in small areas in the production of statistics. Fifth, metadata management when implementing the GSP PM, and sixth, the manual on the integration of administrative data on children and teenagers, which we believe is a very relevant aspect. Seven, tools for mainstreaming the gender perspective in the statistical production processes, and this within the framework, of course, of the different meetings, and especially the regional meeting on gender, and also on the gender statistics meeting. 8, guidelines for the development of an integrated system of well-being indicators. 9, guidelines for harmonized or standardized production of statistics on forced displacement and migration. And this is a proposal that was received from Central American countries, and we are indeed very interested in being able to work around this issue. Number 10, the diagnosis on the measurement of dependent contractors and the informal economy. 11th, recommendations to strengthen official environmental statistics, which is also a very important issue. The 12th one, a diagnosis on area frames in agricultural surveys. And the 13th, a reference guide on police administrative records. So we have these 13 working groups, and we will be listening to each one of them both today and during tomorrow morning. They will each be delivering presentations, and at the end, we will open up for a Q&A session. What we're saying here is that each one of you will be asked to reflect the comments made on each one of the groups and to reflect the changes discussed during this meeting and to standardize proposal submission dates for each group. All groups must consider as an end date for their activities September 30th, 2025, in order to be able, as from the technical secretariat, to perform the work that is required either for printing or for the definition of which could be technical regulations within the Statistical Conference of the Americas, which work is actually finished and so on, so that the executive committee can make these decisions with adequate time to do so. Now, once the groups are approved, or the working groups are approved, we will ask countries. Well, many of them suggested that they participate in these working groups, but we will in any case invite countries to join the working groups for this biennium. And we will be issuing an invitation to do this, and as from then we will begin to work in this sense. The next steps. Well, the first of partial submission will be done during the framework or during the time period of the 23rd Executive Committee meeting. Well, it will be presented in the 23rd Executive Committee meeting that will be held in August. And in 2025, we will be holding 2 meetings. And the issue of the inclusion of the gender perspective, well, there, the advisory group on gender mainstreaming will produce or prepare comments and suggestions based on the final version of the work programs. And so in that sense, the idea is to align each one of the working groups and making sure that we agree on what was agreed during the Statistical Conference of the Americas with regards gender mainstreaming. Without further ado, well, thank you very much for listening to this work scheme, and we'll begin with the first group, which is the peer review mechanism in Latin America and the Caribbean, that is in charge of DANE of Colombia. Piedad, you have the floor.
Bien, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. There, you can see my presentation. This peer review mechanism in Latin America and the Caribbean, as we said this morning, it is important to make it a sustainable effort, and this is the key point of this discussion. We have a need to have this mechanism in place, but we also need it to be sustainable. This external peer review mechanism must exist over time and ensure the quality of the statistical systems of our country. During the 2022-2023 biennium, we updated the Regional Code of Best Practices, which is a fundamental input for these peer reviews, as discussed this morning, since the evaluation is carried out in accordance with the principles as set forth in this code. And there we conducted the first review methodology, and we will be holding a pilot program in 2024. The selection of countries eligible for funding for the pilot test will be done during the last quarter of 2023, and thus in order to have a consolidated methodology to be approved by the SCA, which will become a regional guideline. The group will continue its activities during this next biennium 2024-2025. So let us remember that the main objective of the group is to consolidate a regional peer review methodology institutionalized within the framework of ECLAC's Statistical Conference of the Americas, based on the analysis of regional references such as the Regional Code of Good Practices in Statistics for Latin America and the Caribbean, and international peer review methodologies such as Eurostat. It is expected to promote the proper implementation of the Regional Code of Best Practices in the different NSOs of the region through the application of the methodology and instruments that are necessary for the development of peer reviews. So we have this plan of activities that begins in January 2024, where we seek to consolidate the methodological document and instruments for peer review in Latin America and the Caribbean countries. In March, we will select the NSOs for the pilot test and the creation of the peer review team. In March, the development of the pilot test in the country selected for this process. And in September 2024, to produce the report with the results of the pilot test. In October, we want to have an adjustment, methodological adjustment, a self-assessment instrument, and other necessary documentation according to the results of the pilot test. In January 2025, the application of the peer review methodology in the selected country, and in May, the preparation of the report with the results of the application. Thus, we can then approve the methodology at the next SCA. In June 2025, we will adjust methodology, self-assessment instrument, and other necessary documentation as a result of this pilot test. In July 2025, we will review by countries of Latin America and the countries the adjusted methodology. In August, the presentation of the methodology for the approval of the SCA, and in September 2025, the implementation of final adjustments to the methodology editing. And thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Yo creo que aprovechamos.
We are going to take advantage of a presentation to make comments. It would be more efficient than what I said before. So comment immediately after each presentation. Is there any comment to the proposal submitted by DANE Colombia? Costa Rica. I have two concerns. One is, this system should be sustainable. I don't know if within the activities, this aspect and funding would be assessed in line with this peer review. And the other question is, these peer reviews are going to be focused on statistical operations of the statistical offices, or the exercise would be done with some entity of the National Statistics Office different from the National Statistical Office. Is there any other comments? This is still a process under development. This mechanism is being developed, and that's why we have a pilot test to assess sustainability of this application. We have funding for this pilot test from ECLAC, but the idea is to look for, the funding, the work of this group for this biennium has been working exactly on that aspect. In line with what Javier have said, the idea is to use the COI. That would be the contribution. Is there any other comments? How are you going to include the island of the Caribbean, but which are not part of CARICOM? We are going to have a pilot phase, and we are going to identify. On one hand, we have the member countries of CARICOM, but which are members of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, and this includes all the countries which are members of ECLAC and some associate members. Although we have all the countries of CARICOM included because they are part of the ECLAC, there are other island countries as well included. We are talking about a proposal. So all what we're going to see now are proposals which were passed away, but they need to be refined. That's why we're here. So as long as we have these concerns or suggestions, these are the aspects that we are going to define when we prepare the final proposals after this meeting. So the group will take note about these specific aspects, how peer review can be extended to the Caribbean countries which are not part of CARICOM. And in this first stage, the idea would be that the assessment are global assessments, but the statistical office and not other entities of the CN. So is taking the experience of the former global assessment 10 years ago and probably to expand this, but now this is closer to the core of this conference. Yes, it would be very important that the countries have an active participation in the group, not only to contribute to the processes, but also to highlight the value of what we are now taking out of here. This code has been approved in line with what has been already said, but the best way of celebrating 30 years of official statistics is to make progress in the implementation and with our own perspectives. Is there any other additional comments? Costa Rica, yeah, in line with what was mentioned today in the morning, the need for this peer review, but then the improvement plan out of these assessments, I don't know if we should include as an exercise how the results of this assessment would be used in order to improve and follow up to the improvement, something that was tackled this morning. I think that that's part of the proposal, how the working group is going to be structured, and then the main guidelines will be identified as part of this. Okay, we will continue with next presentation, which is diagnosis about methodologies for census mapping. And this will be given by INDEC Argentina. Thank you, Rolando. The name is rather longer than what you said, probably. Analysis of experiences in the use of different technologies and methodologies used for census mapping, the different phases of census in Latin America and the Caribbean for the census round 2020. As Rolando said, the number of proposals was, exceeded the one that were selected finally. And we can say that this one is the compilation of the interest that this has brought about in the region. We have been working with INE Venezuela, which had a similar proposal, and we have been working with CELADE, which will be part of this work. This is the background information. Well, we all understand the importance of censuses, and but population censuses are the key pillar of these social systems, social statistic systems. And we have seen how this census round has been postponed in many places. And at the same time that it has been a great challenge, it has posed some opportunities for the introduction of new methodologies and introduction of the technology in the census measurement activities, and the region has to render account of this, and this process maybe would be reflected in a document. But the importance is very clear to us. So, working on the different methodologies that have been used by different countries, and the mobile devices, web self-enrollment, tracking systems, and geospatial information. And this geospatial has, and we had some sessions about this yesterday, and the idea of this group is to analyze and to compile information about how the country has been doing this, to analyze the status of technology and methodological advances used in the preparation of geospatial information, explore census cryptography in the information age, how this information is used at the different phases of census operations during the 2020 round. All this with a view to the future. We are going to have 2030 round, which is in hand with the 2030 agenda. And the specific objectives can be disaggregated in terms of the preparation of a document that will be prepared with reference to the lessons learned. Different geospatial and statistical methods has been used in updating the census cartography and the control systems which have been used. and pre-census cartographic updating, interoperability of this geospatial information with field operation, with different methods, systematization of regional experiences regarding dissemination of census information, and its geospatial representation. General recommendations in order to take advantage of these learnings and the preparation of the 2030 census round. All these trying to use the geospatial information to envisage gender aspects and all this mainstreaming gender. Some of the expected outcomes, a questionnaire to be self-administered by the countries, different interviews to carry out bilateral meetings. All this in relation to the work that we are going to be doing, and this will provide us finally with a report with the systematization of the results from the questionnaires. That we are going to have a standardized guide for the observation of operations. So this group will have the opportunity to observe all this process, and then a document including the recent experiences and towards the 2030 agenda as well. This is the schedule, and by the remaining 2023 will be update of the use of technology, geolocalization, and pre-census of housing and people, and cartographic update, pilot tests. Then by 2023, 2024, bilateral meetings to socialize technologies and methodologies used and these pre-census activities, and then systematization of experiences facing 2030 at the census round. All this to document all the work that has been done in our region that can be used in the future, and so we can report on innovations and how we were able to past all these challenging times. And the preparation of the final document, including experiences facing this with a view to 2030 census round. We hope that we're going to have a feedback very fruitful, not only among the countries of the group, but all the countries which have participated, and to disseminate and socialize this document, which would be a document with lessons learned, shared work, and how we can all work together to produce 2030 census round, which is systematized. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, INDEC Argentina, Dominican Republic. Yes. Thank you, INDEC, for your presentation. Two things in line with the meeting that we had yesterday. It's important also to include the management aspects, because, again, we are focused on managing technological and methodological aspects, but to manage is different, and it's good that management is included here. And just to see how management, the gender perspective is mainstreamed, one of the things that we had to that we took into account is how we were working with women out in the field when they entered to dangerous areas, how we could work all these areas which are part of the process, and that should be taken into account when designing these operational activities and things that are not related to methodological or technical aspects. Peru, I would like to make two comments. It would be very interesting, and probably the working group would include this. This methodology to try to quantify the vertical growth of the cities and the horizontal growth also of our countries. So additionally, it would be very helpful for the countries which are passing agricultural surveys that we are now working on a sampling format, and I think that the cartographic aspects and mapping aspects would be very important to include this, especially the countries which are in a transition period. Costa Rica, thank you. Along the same vein, I think that it's important. We know that this census mapping tried to see these not only for housing and population census, but as an input which is important in terms of the official statistics which are prepared by the statistical offices. So that aspect, that component, shouldn't be seen just for census, but a continuous processes that NASOs should consider, including good practices and recommendations, and to consider all these under the same approach. Thank you. Is there any other comment? No?
Sí, muchas gracias. Yes, thank you for the feedback. Great, what you just said. I took note. I took note of what Peru has said and what Costa Rica said. Please remember that the census universe is huge, and the idea is to have a cutoff at some point. But I believe comments are quite valid, and we'll consider that. And we may establish some bilateral contact or to modify the proposal among some partners and in order to provide something more substantial to the region. I think this is something quite interesting. What Costa Rica said and what Peru commented. This very much overlaps with the other challenge, the geospatial experts group in the linkage of the working group that already exists globally and also regionally between statistical information and geographic information. And that we would have to look for ways to do a better adaptation. If at first the original idea, I believe, was to check the methodology more than actually the action or the more than actually the execution of how it's done, by basically to collect experiences of what has happened, so that in a next stage to be able to focus more on the action or the construction and implementation of all these actions. And I believe in this group doing it together, it would be a very good practice, I guess, to develop a joint work group to be able to submit it, and also within the context of the expert group on geospatial information. If there are no further comments, just a clarification that we should do in this context is that when we invited the proposals, we received proposals regarding the census process assessment in general, not only cartography, but by assessing the proposal with the executive committee, the decision was that it was still too early to do that assessment, considering that several countries were still processing the information and completing the census. But the commitment was that that topic should be addressed at the end of the biennium, when in fact those experiences can be collected and come out as a document of the conference addressing the experiences of census in a more holistic manner. If there are no further comments, we'll go to the next group, which is good afternoon. Thank you. I think it's better now. Yes. The as INE Chile, the imputation methodologies applied in household surveys as part of the motivation and background, and also as part of what we've been discussing, there's a significant increase regarding difficulties of being able to access to responses from our respondents, but also in different operations such as census. And because of that, this difficulty in the response means that precision, and therefore our estimates are diminished, and in some cases also in which information losses may be systematic or may be related to some population-related phenomenon, and it might be biased. But now, considering that there are different methodologies for imputation in order to address this lack of response or non-response, non-response to a specific item, for example, we before applying or at the time of application, we might consider the corresponding methodological safeguards. Also, the increased access to administrative records may also be potentially used in along the same lines, therefore being applied within the imputation strategies that may be used. So this is also how, and we said this before, in terms of the methodology to be applied, it must also respond to elements such as the type of response loss, if it is totally random, fully random, random, or non-random, and also the type of variables that we are deciding to impute. However, what's important is to consider that we're not starting from scratch. We started from work that has been done regionally. Medina and Galvan in 2009, they published imputation methodologies, theory and practice, and therefore applied to poverty and inequality indicator imputation, and also as well as the biennium 2018-2019, the household survey work group for Latin America and the Caribbean conducted a review of the main income and expenditure surveys in the region that addresses a diagnostic regarding the techniques that were used in order to handle or to mitigate the effects of total non-response to a specific item. Therefore, as part of the objectives that we have set out to achieve, it is to systematize international experience with a focus on national statistics agencies of the region and international organizations that would allow us to develop recommendations for the implementation of the statistical data imputation methodologies in household surveys and population censuses. Among the specific objectives, we are promoting exchange among national statistics offices of the region, sharing knowledge and best practices, that have been used in this regard. We believe it is important that the efforts that we may be doing in each one of the countries in isolation can be also shared so that we can draw lessons from these exercises. Creating a standardized regional procedure adapted to specific realities of each country for data imputation in household service and population censuses, examining the implications of imputation methods on the variance and sampling error. It would specifically in terms of the precision of the main indicators that we may addressing based on the household surveys. That would be an important aspect, considering that many times or most of the imputation methodologies do not consider or do not account for the sampling weightings and therefore their implications as well. Proposing and establishing a regional observatory with rotating research and administrative roles so that this becomes a permanent alliance so we can still be exchanging these practices and fostering research in this field. What do we expect as outcomes of this? As part of the document we hope to produce is to systematize imputation practices in surveys and censuses, establishing a regional standard for imputing missing data in household surveys and also population censuses, and to provide theoretical and practical guidelines to regional technical teams in order to improve the accuracy and reliability of statistical data when missing data imputation is required. And therefore, as part of the continuous exchange in this working group, it is to strengthen the capabilities we may have and that we can share at these levels. As part of the activities that are scheduled in a first stage until January 2024, it is the setting up of the group and also being able to establish a first exchange regarding the content that this document should consider and to generate this discussion so that this is materialized ideally as a annotated index by March 2024. This can systematize the data regarding the practice of imputation practices, and that should be defined by June 2024, and the definition of standardized imputation criteria for censuses and surveys by September 2024. The idea is for this to be submitted. We'll have to do some adjustment of this agenda base or the schedule based on what the director mentioned regarding the submittal of this progress. And the idea would be to have a definition of the methodologies that will be considered for the imputation of a census and surveys by March 2025. And so that finally we are able, we can give time to countries in order to do some consultation regarding the document, and that will be by June 2025. And reaching July with the first final draft of this documentation. And that's from us. Thank you. We'll open the floor now. We'll open to questions now. Okay. I think it's quite clear, quite technical, very semantic. And thank you, INE Chile, for your presentation. And we'll go to the next group, which is recommendations to introduce estimation methodologies for small areas regarding statistics production by DANE Colombia. We have also done it with INE Venezuela. We keep the conversation, one of the discussions from yesterday, where we see that it is important to start checking these small area estimates to be able to work on them as one of the statistics that are official in all its methodologies. We have several reasons to start thinking about this. We have the 2030 agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, that lead us to the production of information not only because of these SDGs, but decision making demands smaller, even smaller areas. And not only, let's remember the concept of small area, which is not only geographic, but in terms of population aspects or subgroups that are very important at the local level. Many times combining many of these fractions, and every day they become more and more important, especially in the era of climate change. Let's think that we will have to check information for very small areas, very localized groups and population groups are such. These small area estimates methodologies, they date back to the 70s. It's not something so recent. These are methodologies and techniques that have been proven, and many other data producers are using on a routine basis. So we see some lag we have from National Statistics offices, and there are maybe some other institutions that are using those, and they have their own rules and measurements in this regard. So the main objective of this group is to develop a guide with recommendations that will allow institutions to standardize the use of small area estimations for the production of official statistics. This output will expand the supply of information from traditional sources and strengthen targeted analysis for the design, implementation, and evaluation of social policy programs. And at the same time, it will be a motivation to have more countries join the use and application of such techniques. As part of the activities program, we have thought of establishing the group in November this year, defining an instrument for the characterization according to its maturity level, and the implementation of SEAs by January. The analysis of the information from the instrument and for the document characterizing the level of maturity and comparison among the countries in the region regarding the maturity of the methodology implementation. That will be by February, and completing in April. And then the definition of the general stages for SEA implementation in the institutions by May, having a draft document with the application of each stage as part of the statistical production process by July to review the document and to approve the final version. In August, the definition of administrative, political, and technical enablers for the implementation of SAE as part of the production. By September, having a draft document proposing enabling factors to be implemented in the institution to include small area estimates in the statistical procedure. Document review and approval of the final version by December, and in February 2025, the definition of the maturity level and what capabilities are required for the transition among levels. By March 2025, the draft document proposing maturity levels and what capabilities are required for transition between levels. By May 2025, document review and approval of the final version. June 2025, compilation of recommendations from countries with high maturity in the implementation of SAE. By August, construction of the outline for the guide for transitioning from SAE as an experiment to production, and by October 25, reviewing the document and approval of the final version.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Piedad. I will continue chairing the session for a bit in absence of Orlando. Let's open the floor for comments. Chile, go ahead. Thank you, and I'd like to thank Danny's presentation. We believe that this is a priority topic for the kind of work we need to do in the future of statistics, present and future, I would say. As data producers, the requirement is more and more disaggregated estimates, as Dane explained it in terms of its populations or territories, not only linked to territories. And the small area estimated techniques considers traditional methodologies that national statistics offices have used. So we're very much interested in actively participating in this working group. The challenge is to have more and more administrative records by national statistics offices and to assess them based on their linkage with the specific study areas for SAEs. In the case of Chile, for example, our national statistics system has a small area estimates for the poverty estimation methodology. So we hope to be able to actively participate and expand the set of statistics that are based on small area statistics for employment surveys, even citizens' security. We want to participate in the group. It also allows us to lower costs in producing statistics that with traditional techniques it would require higher budgets in order to produce the disaggregation that is required. So thank you, Dane, for the initiative. Great. Thank you, Chile. Anyone else would like to offer some feedback?
Adelante, Ecuador. Y bienvenido.
Ecuador. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see some of you after a few years and with some colleagues that we interacted during the census. It's great to see you again, of course. Well, the question from us is, you said something which is key, and I don't know if I did not understand it well or not, but I believe the objective of this group, in my opinion, is that we should end up with, so that these types of exercises end up being official statistics. We've had some of these exercises in my country, but technically it is always at a time in which it's considered a model and not official statistics. So it would be a plus from this working group to have a clear roadmap, but with technical assistance of the agencies that are supporting us here, maybe developing criteria under which we could use as statistics bureaus or offices, that these estimates become official statistics. And remember, this budget allocation, development planning efforts, and sometimes our technical teams, one thing is academia, but something else is when the data become an official input, an official. You mentioned that. I just wanted to give you feedback on that. If the scope does consider that we will get to a set of criteria based on which we could obtain a kind of a checklist to consider that that methodology may be used as an official statistic. That's my comment. Thank you. Thank you, Ecuador.
Jamaica.
Jamaica, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would like to support the proposed work program of both the working groups on imputation methodologies and small error estimation. I find that in an era where we have declining response rates for surveys, the imputation methodologies and standardizing our approaches is quite useful in terms of providing and developing guidance on that. And also for us, we have used small error estimation techniques in Jamaica for poverty estimates at local areas, and we find it quite useful. It is something that there is a high demand for, because especially when we normally do our poverty estimates, we usually do them at a national level. And when we're able to do them using small error techniques, we're able to present them at a community level that's more meaningful for policy implementation and development. So these are two areas that we are interested in the outcome of these working groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamaica. Brazil, adelante.
Thank you, Javier. I would like also to support the creation of the working group, and just to make a proposal that you have a subgroup to discuss the use of big data as variable, auxiliary variable for small area. As we discussed yesterday, we have potential good variables in, for example, satellite imagery, but not only, and just maybe create a subgroup to discuss the use of big data. Thank you.
Gracias, Brasil. No se ven más comentarios en sala. No sé, ¿quisieras tomar la palabra, Piedad?
There are no more comments. Yes, you have the floor. Yes, I'd like to thank the countries that have offered us support. It is promising, and it is the final objective to produce an official statistic by means of these methods. And I would like to thank the technical leadership that ECLAC has had, Javier and Andres Gutierrez, who have provided us this technical advisory, and we hope to be able to continue working on this. It is the idea to have information on quality and processes to finally generate these estimates. And another comment, I think it would be very useful for countries, especially in the Caribbean. These are estimates, like our colleague from Jamaica mentioned, that are more permanent in the Caribbean, and I think it would be very useful there. Thank you. We are a little ahead. Thank you, Javier. Just a question quickly. How do the institutions participate, or how can they participate in these groups? Because there's, well, we can have a technical secretariat, but can we participate as observers, or how can we express interest? Thank you, Michael. I think that is a very good question. I'd like to clarify for all groups. When we conclude, the countries that made the proposals will reflect on the changes, and once we have that new plan, we will summon everyone that participates in the SCA to designate the focal points. We will then put together all the focal points. It would be an open invitation, and everyone is invited to participate. I'd like to ask Colombia if they are willing to continue with their presentation, and we would simply do it earlier. Yes, so we will continue with the implementation of the generic model on institutional processes, statistical processes. I would like to switch. Thank you. So in this group that seeks the diagnosis and guide for documentation in the countries of ECLAC, we've seen that the implementation of the GSBPM model in ECLAC countries involves establishing an operational framework from the identification of needs to delivery of final statistical results, which we know. Therefore, successful implementation requires a solid documentation of processes and adequate metadata management. Sometimes it becomes difficult and cumbersome in practice. So metadata management is essential to ensure quality and transparency in statistical production by providing descriptive data that may facilitate interoperability and comparability. The promotion of international standards and the integration of AI tools are essential focuses in this regional effort. Thus, we feel it is key to promote regional conversation regarding the levels of dissemination that metadata should have and the types of documents that should be available in order to guarantee transparency and accessibility in official statistics. For an effective implementation, a comprehensive diagnosis, including interviews and analysis of metadata management practices in national statistical offices, is proposed with the objective of formulating specific recommendations to improve the documentation of processes and strengthen metadata management in statistical production. Otherwise, it would at least make all the processes much more agile. The main objective of the group is to conduct a diagnosis of the implementation of standards for the production and dissemination of official statistics, such as the GSBPM model and the metadata generation and management, and to promote the exchange of best practices and the inclusion of innovation in countries of the region, with the goal of developing a technical guide containing recommendations for metadata and statistics production. Another thing we talked about was that it's necessary to promote the development of metadata documentation during the execution of the statistical process in NSOs through the establishment of good practices and recommendations at an internal and external level in the region. So this is the program that we're proposing. The first part would be to generate and apply a questionnaire to identify the status and implementation of documentation of the GSBPM model in ECLAC countries. July, we would identify and select ECLAC member countries to study using the GSBPM model. And then in September, we would do the review and analysis of generation and management of metadata in the statistical process for the selected countries. By January, interviews and consultations with the NSOs of the selected countries to obtain detailed information. April 2025, the analysis of results of the diagnosis and extraction of good practices and recommendations. July 25 or June 25, joint construction of the technical guide involving experts from the NSOs and other relevant stakeholders. And October, we'd see the review and validation of technical guide by NSOs and other statistical experts in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Piedad. Are there any comments, questions, observations? Nothing? Okay. We're going to close here and go on to the break, and we'll come back to resume in a few minutes.
Hola. Hola, colegas.
Shall we start? Let's continue with works and proposals from the working groups for the process of the 13 groups. But before that, I would like to give the floor for two presentations. We have two topics, specific topics, so we require your authorization. The first one is that in the Statistical Conference of the America, we have the visit of the director of the statistics of OECD, Paul Schreider. He's in a mission in Santiago, Chile, and our friends from Chile gave us permission to invite him to come over here to talk with us. And Paul, I would like to thank you for being here with us, and I would like to know if you could share some ideas about the work that we have been doing. The members of the region, members of the OECD, the work that we have been doing together with that is 21 and OECD. Paul, you are recognized.
You don't want to hear me speaking in Spanish. I regret that. But anyway, so thank you very much for having me here. I'm sorry that I'm so late, and I'm sorry I will, won't be able to stay on. I think there's a good excuse because there was a competing event here in Santiago at the central bank, and of course the OECD is very well represented through some of its members who are also part of this conference. So Mexico and Chile, of course, Costa Rica and Colombia. So I'm sure we will hear back also through our own members, and I hope that they will also make the connection from our work. Just when I came in, I heard that you were talking about small area statistics, a very interesting topic that I think links up very nicely with all the discussions about new sources and the use of geospatial data and combining traditional sources like censuses with geospatial data. I also saw that there were discussions about a code of renewal of a code of statistical practice here in the area. Again, something that is really, really important that is also happening in the OECD, where we do have a recommendation, good statistical practice. We do realize that even though it's not that old, it only goes back to 2015, it already needs a bit of revision and update, simply because technology evolves so fast that there are just new things that need to be picked up, not so much in the general principles, but in the good practices when you describe them. How do you deal with new sources? How do you quality assure those? And so I'm very happy that you have a similar discussion here, and of course be very pleased to exchange information on this. I also noted that you are discussing climate change and environmental statistics, again, a big topic and a priority area for OECD countries, a priority area also for my own directorate, where we are just involved with other international organizations in the update of the system of national accounts, and there's quite some effort devoted to thinking harder about measuring natural capital, extending sort of the boundary for that measurement. And I think especially for resource-intensive countries, and there are some, quite some in this region, this will be an important step going forward. Finally, all the questions about digitalization, globalization, I mean, they have been with us, and they continue to be with us, and need exploring. And indeed, almost exactly those topics were also discussed in the conference at the central bank over the last 2 days. And I encourage you to take a look. I think it's all recorded, and you can have access to the discussion there as well. Lastly, I through the conversations that I just had a few minutes ago, I realized that you are also discussing about setting up working groups or task force that look at specific topics. I think this is a really good initiative. We have very good experience with those kind of arrangements, especially when they are well-focused, task-oriented, and sometimes they can even go beyond cooperation towards co-investing in joint products and joint activities. There are a number of areas where we saw that if statistical offices or other institutions get together and actually join forces in financial terms to produce something that otherwise would be much more expensive if everyone did it at their own, that is it's a very good practice, and I'm pleased to see that you have discussions around the table here in the same direction. Anyway, I'll stop here, but thanking again for allowing me to speak and to greet those whom I know and get to know others. And I wish you an excellent continuation of your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paul. Just to comment that we are here, the countries of Latin America, but all the countries of the Caribbean. We also have the Director of Statistics of CARICOM, Halim, and he's now participating in all the activities that we're carrying out as a region of Latin America and the Caribbean at ECLAC. And as you are saying, in this moment, we are presenting the 13 working groups, which will follow up the agenda for next 2 years of the Conference of Statistics of the Americas. And this is a joint work of effort between the different institutions to work in a common document, in a common methodology, which will be taken to the conference to be approved or to be amended, depending on the terms of the approval, of course, always in line with the statistical divisions of the United Nations, our colleagues of Eurostat, and you of the OECD, with whom we have a very close ties. So thank you so much. It has been very important for us, for Latin America, that you have been here sharing this meeting with us.
Sin más, déjenme continuar y un poco.
Now, I would like to request your approval to advance with some of the presentations that we had for tomorrow, because for problems with the agenda, the director of entrepreneurial areas, our colleague Marco Ginás, he will give us a presentation within other matters, and which will be very familiar with you, that has to do with the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. Marcos, you've got the floor. for 15 minutes. But if you want to expand a little bit more, no problem. Thank you so much, Rolando. Special greetings to everyone. I would like to start by thanking the Division of Statistics and CEA for this opportunity to talk about a topic that has been discussed and tackled in other areas in this conference, which are the challenges that we have in terms of measuring digital transformation. This presentation is basically focused on three objectives. It's worth to reiterate the growing relevance of digitization for sustainable development in our countries. Second, in this presentation, I would like to highlight the need to produce harmonized indicators to measure the digital development in the region. And the third objective of this presentation, probably the most important one, is to take advantage of this room to extend an invitation to all the national statistical offices to participate in the activities of the measurement commission that we have under the ECLAC. And the idea is to work with this commission to define new metrics and methodological practices within a regional cooperation framework. So, as a part of the presentation that I have prepared, I would like to start by saying why digital transformation is so relevant for the productive development and the development in general. The Executive Secretary mentioned yesterday in the opening remarks the main challenges that we have in terms of growth and productivity in this region, and hence the digital transformation is playing a key role in that agenda for productive development, looking for adopting digital technologies by our entrepreneurs. Digitization is something very important because it's something disruptive. We just come about to transform not only the production models, but in general, the social interaction, consumption, the business and production models. Digital transformation will produce a positive impact or has the potential rather to create a positive impact at improving productivity and specifically to create new markets, new industries, and in general processes and sustainable development models. And there is a risk in terms of not making progress along this line and to be out of this dynamic, and that could mean new sources of exclusion, social inequality, loss of competitiveness, and stagnation of the development of the country. So there is a connection between digitization and development, and we need to go deeper into the policies that we are working. I mean, policies related to connectivity, infrastructure, but also skill, technological extensionism, among others. And since few years by now, and at ECLAC, we have been leading an institutional arrangement which is analogous to this conference of statistics of the America, but focused on digital transformation. That digital agenda, which is also called ECLAC, is an intergovernmental regional initiative to work in this digital transformation agendas and focusing different sources, some of which are included in this slide. We focused on data governance, infrastructure and connectivity, digital innovation, e-government, e-commerce, digital skills, and every 2 years we define a regional agenda to work these topics as part of ECLAC. This digital issue has making progress at a very dramatic speed, and the agenda and the scope of policies that need to focus on different topics which are coming up are broadening in terms of the challenges which need to be faced in terms of measurement. This agenda has been focused mainly on connectivity with this greater development, digital development, but will require to be expanded towards these policies, including topics that had been mentioned already, such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, 5.0 industry, digital government, etc. To talk about challenges, we need to talk first about progresses and in terms of measurement. And here, in our countries, we have made substantial progress in terms of digital connectivity. That's why we have developed policies to bridge those gaps. We have made substantial progress in bridging the connectivity gap. Almost 80% of broadband enrollments, but we still have some gaps. That is, 1/4 of the households are still not connected to internet. 2/3 of rural households and are still missing internet connections. So we have been promoting the idea of a basic digital basket and measuring the monthly cost of that digital basket relative to income of the lower quintile, seeing that in some countries that digital basket is rendering account of a great deal of the family income. And this requires instrument and intervention trying to subsidize this effective connectivity. As progress has been made in relation to connectivity measurement, we still have different dimensions in relation to digital measurements, where we have great challenges such as digital skills, the interest in the use of internet, and the technological adoption by individuals in different countries. And now national statistical offices are facing opportunities for improvement, and there are some areas, just some countries are compiling data in relation to digital skills, but we have great opportunities to make progress in terms of adoption of these technologies and the different companies according to the different productive sectors, measurements which are going to be essential to make progress along these productive development policies. Policies that should be scaled up through our region. Additionally, and digitization, this will be increasingly important as an alternative to understand the emerging phenomena. We show here how, thanks to big data and data analysis, we were able to see changes in the dynamic of use of internet during the pandemic, which gave room to different types of policies, which enabled to take major leaps in terms of digitization in our region.
But we wanted to go over with you so that you can know where we see challenges in terms of digital measurement. And in that sense, for example, we'll have to make progress in terms of the contribution from digitization to GDP with indicators and survey methodologies to measure economic digital activities and their contribution to GDP, including the e-trade or e-commerce and digital platforms. We need to make progress regarding measuring digital skills in the labor market, the creation of digital jobs, skills gaps, and the contribution of digital skills to economic development. To develop a gap closure, we need to advance in terms of e-commerce, such as measuring the volume and the worth of the local digital commerce and cross-border e-commerce. Digital commerce exports and imports. We will have to make progress regarding the innovation, measurement, and digital investment. For example, by measuring digital innovation and investment on R&D in this sector, and also in terms of digital transformation in production, basically considering basic, mature, and emerging digital technologies such as AI, blockchain, etc. And also to consider that based on a good characterization by industry, by business size, or by production process, allowing us to better design policies to bridge this digital divide. All of this leads me to the last item, and this is somehow the invitation we are extending, so that you support us in the ECLAC context, which is this institutional arrangement at the highest political level in this regard, to develop a regional agenda on digital matters. And in this agenda, for the ECLAC 2024 digital agenda, we have defined 4 working groups. Fortunately, Rolando, we do not have 13 like you, we have 4. The one about artificial intelligence, the one about digital economy, the one about significant connectivity and cybercrime. But additionally, in this new agenda, we have defined a measurement committee under ECLAC, precisely to make progress in the achievement of these challenges in order to measure digital transformation. So the invitation is for you to support us in the context of that committee to monitor the implementation of the ECLAC agenda in all those fronts, and defining indicators, or working on an inventory of the existing indicators, because right now we only have just a few pieces of the puzzle. What are the pieces of the puzzle that we're missing? That's what we need to know regarding digital measurement. We will develop a community of statistical practices where we hope to have your support as well. We are going to be developing workshops in order to build capabilities or capacities in terms of digital measurement. We believe it is a space that is important as a region, so that we can make progress in this field of digital metrics that enables us to work on much more robust agendas regarding digital transformation, and more generally speaking, on very robust agendas regarding productive development. Just as long as we make progress in these very robust productive development agendas, we'll see sufficient changes in productivity that has been stagnant for the last few decades, and in that way to be able to achieve higher levels of prosperity and well-being for all our people. That at the end of the day is what this is all about. So I hope you can support us in that. And once again, Rolando, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I'm open to any feedback. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Marco Ginás.
Thank you, Marco Ginás. We have some time in case you'd like to provide some feedback. Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you for the presentation. And in this process in Dominican Republic, we have a cabinet on digital transformation created in 2021. And its mandate is to make progress in building the national agenda for digital transformation, and a data committee has been created that the National Statistics Office is coordinating that effort. We started a process originally with all the institutions that are part of the digital agenda or this digital transformation cabinet by training basically our staff in order to see how we could handle these indicators. I received a message a while ago from the office to check the list, the methodological list we're going to consider. We have arrived at a total of 51 indicators that will be made available to measure the digital agenda of the Dominican Republic. And it's been an interesting process because we had originally 181 indicators. We analyzed the feasibility in 3 different levels to each one of the indicators, and we have boiled it down to 51 indicators that will be measured in terms of regulatory framework, connectivity and access, governance, technical skills, education, e-government, cybersecurity, and technological innovation that are the 9 pillars of the national digital agenda of Dominican Republic. And with all these efforts we are running regarding the digital agenda, we were able to collect information in 2022 in household surveys and with the support of ECLAC. This year, we're going to be measuring a significant connectivity this year, which is one of the issues. We need to advance public policies that will allow us to transform the skills that I mentioned. I believe you know about this initiative in Dominican Republic, but in the case of the National Statistics Office, we might exchange in the knowledge exchange network of this conference this experience that we as a country have been developing throughout these indicators in order to measure the digital agenda transformation in the Dominican Republic. Is there any other country that would like to offer any comments?
No. Marco. Muchísimas gracias
I'd like to thank Dominican Republic for those remarks. In fact, the great progress you made is in our radar regarding digital transformation, especially the institutional soundness based on this digital transformation cabinet. A couple of weeks ago, we were in Brazil attending a digital transformation academy, and we had the chance of listening to the Dominican Republic's experience, and we heard about this progress. It is precisely that type of experience and information, not only of your country, Dominican Republic, but of all countries that have been doing that have been doing these types of measurements. I believe this committee is on the right track with those kinds of comments. Thank you, Dominican Republic, and we hope once again to have everybody's engagement to make progress in this agenda. Thank you, Rolando. Once again, excuse me, Ecuador raised its hand. Yes. Marco, that was a great presentation. My question, how, not in the long term, but at least in the short term, what is the synergy you see between national statistics systems with these topics that our countries are very much correlated with the ministries of telecommunications? I'm asking this, and to be more to the point, this has to do with access to administrative records. Who regulates these topics? Because in the case of Ecuador, we have several areas in which we have the same type of hierarchy or competencies in terms of access, and other users of the public sector, for example, they say, okay, who regulates the interconnectivity, information security? So there's I saw your presentation, and this is very much what we're discussing in our country. So what synergies then can you establish between the national statistics system led by statistics officer with telecommunication authorities in data custody, cyber security, etc.? Thank you, Ecuador, for the question, because on that topic, I should repeat how important it is to consider these spaces, these high level spaces in which we gather all relevant authorities to hold those kinds of dialogues. Precisely in the context of ELAC, we have the representation of ministries or telecommunication offices or ICTs entities, and in that measurement committee, we are inviting national statistics offices, and somehow we're going to be, all of us, be sitting in order to have that dialogue. I know that there are challenges also regarding how we manage the data and how information is governed, or data governance. And we have that major asset, which is this institutional arrangement, which is ELAC in particular, and specifically these different types of spaces that we have created under the umbrella of ELAC. And specifically this committee in which we are going to be holding these discussions. Just in closing, I should say that the other challenge is maybe bring in other stakeholders that must be part of this discussion. I've always insisted to my team about the importance of involving those who are leading these productive development agendas. And this discussion that not necessarily is the ministries or the ICTs are the ones that are actually leading these industrial policies or reindustrialization policies, such as the case of my country, Colombia, or neo-industrialization policies in Brazil. So it is important, once again, to bring in those actors to, or those stakeholders to hold these discussions and to be able to connect the digital transformation efforts with the productive development efforts that usually are worked in silos, and synergies are not achieved when you work in silos, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Marco. And I believe this presentation, excuse me, Colombia.
Muchas gracias por la presentación, sin duda.
Thank you. For all of us, the statistics community, getting to know about these initiatives is quite relevant in all the information requirements we face. And in the context of this conference, well, we have highlighted collaboration we should establish with private entities in order to have access to information so that this is cost efficient. Now, statistics production through administrative records, also the support that can be provided in this in implementing this declaration about the use of data in the private sector for statistical purposes is quite relevant for us. And maybe I'd like to hear a bit more about that.
¿Te referías a qué, perdón? No.
What did you mean? I didn't understand. I didn't understand. Well, this interaction,
Actuar con el sector privado y la
data acquisition, interaction with private entities, the support from ECLAC and from other agencies such as OECD, etc.
grupos similares que puedan quizás apoyarnos en toda esta labor.
Panama? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to share with Marco and with the rest of the room that precisely last month our president launched a new digital program, Panama Digital, and it is a collaboration we are developing with IDB to keep positioning Panama at the core of everything having to do with innovation and digital efforts. And in fact, we held a discussion a few minutes ago with the Secretary Salazar. We will continue to engage with you, and we also discussed this in the room. We are going to be holding the regional data hub for Copernicus. We're working hand in hand with the European Union and with Chile, that also has a center here. And that is the idea, that is the direction, to do digital transformation in the country but for the benefit of the region. Of course, Panama will benefit from that, and it would be great to have ECLAC as one more important stakeholder to translate the data that can be generated in order to have an impact on programs and public policies that connect this with actions for the territories. Thank you. On the two first questions, as within ECLAC, we have a strong degree of coordination between productive development and statistics division. Precisely because of that reason, that's one of the reasons why we invited Marco, so he could do the presentation here in the context of the Conference of Statistics of the Americas, so that we establish that linkage among the statistics offices for the use of data, private data, and administrative records. We are opening this for consideration for what was approved in Mercosur, and now the idea for that to be expanded or extended to the rest of Latin America, and being able to boost both areas in ECLAC so we can help each other in achieving a better position to have the information of the private stakeholders. And as to what Panama mentioned, well, in fact, this part of the Copernicus hubs or centers, one of them is in the Centro de Modelamiento Matemático of University of Chile, and the other one will be located in Panama. And from the statistic division, we are establishing an agreement with them, with the Sustainable Development Division, on the three main topics that will be worked: land use, large cities, and seas and the ocean, coastal areas and oceans, to be able to identify the elements that we will discuss and worked on, allowing for digital innovation. Marco, so several countries are already running information technology surveys, and that information, well, we are starting to compile that information, to collect that information from the Economic Data Bank with the surveys that in the near future will be made available to this division and to all users within ECLAC in order to incorporate them. Yes, go ahead. Thank you. I just wanted to take Panama's intervention precisely in discussing this regional data hub or center that is also part of the Digital Alliance project with the European Union, to say that Digital Alliance project considers several components. One is establishing these data centers, but another component is what we are leading ourselves from ECLAC. That component has several objectives, among them also to keep strengthening this ELAC space. But another objective of that project that we are leading is geared towards strengthening institutional capabilities in our countries regarding digital matters. So I mentioned this because we could possibly use resources in order to work precisely on strengthening these capabilities in terms of digital measurement in our country. So we're open to having this discussion and conversation and see how we can make progress in concrete actions and projects to achieve the strengthening of digital measurement.
Gracias, Marco. Están aquí todos.
Thank you, Marco. All our colleagues are here from Latin America, the Caribbean, the US, and Spain, are all witness to the possibility of having resources to build statistics capacities. So you can rest assured that we will use them. Thank you, Marco, and we will then offer continuity to our... Oh, we'll resume and continue with the agenda. it's important to mention that it's not only Latin America and the Caribbean, but also Spain and members of the European Union and the US.
De OCDE están aquí con nosotros, acompañándonos y asistiendo.
They have joined us and are accompanying us every day. The second group is the Manual on Integration of Administrative Data Related to Childhood and Adolescence. The presentation will be by INE Chile.
De agradecerle a nuestro grupo, al
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank INE Uruguay, who has been our co-leader in this work. There's my presentation. So these are case studies and technical handbook on the development and use of integrated administrative data for statistical purposes related to children and adolescents. As similar to the case of Argentina, as I mentioned, this group has been co-led together with INE Uruguay, and our technical secretariat is UNICEF. From 2015 in Panama, a group of national statistics offices saw the importance of starting to work on the production of statistical data focused on children and adolescents. Therefore, there were a series of initiatives and work groups, and the biennium that we're concluding now, 2022-2023, INE Chile and Uruguay took the leadership on and have developed in recommendations for administrative records related to children and adolescents. We've contacted several offices, and we thank everyone for replying to our questionnaire and giving us interviews. We had a response from 21 countries out of 26, and with that we were able to carry out this diagnosis and to better understand how these statistics offices are collecting and classifying their information, and have a better diagnosis of the actual situation. And those that are being implemented can better identify the points for growth. And there's 11 recommendations to reach greater maturity. With this diagnosis, which has a very significant methodological base on the state of the art of the region, we were able to continue working on this thematic area. So the objectives are to improve the quality and use of administrative monitoring of the SDG agenda, as well as for the design of public policies to protect the rights of children and adolescents in the region. The specific objectives are the following 4 lines. First, to elaborate this manual with guidelines and the use of integrated administrative data on childhood and statistical purposes, to develop a conceptual framework with a mature statistical system of integrated administrative data on childhood. As I said, we were working on this and realized that the region is quite heterogeneous. There's some countries that are a little more advanced and others that are on the way to achieve this, and we're starting to understand this. The effort that is being made in the 2030 agenda, which is to not leave anyone behind. So we are also looking to see with which countries we can continue to work on this, and technical orientations for these areas that have begun to raise flags with issues. For example, the scope, the governance, data issues, IT, HR, and other enablers. Specific objectives. 1, well, we need to do a background check. And some very important work is the work that we just concluded. Then we need to define these key components with a mature system, what they need to have, how it's collected, how you capture information, what is done. And the Dominican Republic mentioned the line of work, the analysis, and the discussion. So to a certain extent, we're talking about everything that has to do with the SBPM statistics model. And in terms of administrative data, we know that these in themselves have an administrative purpose, so it's a challenge to integrate them, to link them, and there are other challenges that begin to appear. The countries have their unique identifiers to see if they're quality identifiers. If not, how do we do this at a probabilistic level to start working? Then we have a strategy. Objective 3 is to select representative case studies. And once we have the group together, then we will continue to carry out these studies with greater detail. Of course, it's important to document the case studies and then conduct a detailed analysis of each problem area and develop specific technical strategies and guidance. There are some relevant challenges in talking about this group, children and adolescents. The children's data requires unique governance because children interact with administrative records differently than adults. So it's important to take a look at which areas will have greatest impact on children and adolescents, and we should take into account all these challenges that are unique in themselves. In terms of the expected outcomes, nearing the end of the biennium, we seek greater understanding, acceptance, and promotion of the importance of children's statistics among stakeholders and decision makers. This needs to collaborate in the following of the SDGs. The handbook intends to be a guide to support countries to accelerate the development or strengthen the development of these statistical systems based on children's integrated administrative data. Other areas have advanced more, but the idea is to promote more mature systems in all of the region and to enable the generation of statistics with greater timeliness, quality, openness, to include all these best practices into the childhood and adolescent statistics that are produced. This is the work program. It's what we've mapped so far, identifying the resources, elaborating and socializing the work plan. We hope to do that during the first quarter of 2024. Case study selection. Hopefully, these will be countries from the different groups, the different classifications that I mentioned earlier. Then to develop these work cases, consultations, literature review, and that's a significant supplementation there with the experts' comments and inputs, and finally, case studies and handbook conclusion, and in 2025, the third quarter, that is the deadline that ECLAC has given us, we will socialize the document. That is all. Thank you very much, and we'd like to cordially invite you to take a look at our proposal. You can send us all your comments and questions, and we hope to continue counting on you. Thank you. Any comments? I don't see any countries. UNICEF? Nope, ILO. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to stress part of the content that was shared by Eileen in Chile. From UNICEF, we've had the opportunity to carry out the technical secretariat and this work. Eileen mentioned this is a work group that was created in 2015. One of the recurring topics that was an agreement by the countries was looking at the administrative data with specific purposes. And we have had the leadership and active leadership of INE Chile and INE Uruguay to build substantively, and we would like to thank them all for making this a very productive time. And the capacity that we have in the region to integrate administrative data is not an easy task. It implies the efforts of many sectors, and the heterogeneity that we have in the region is important as well. This work will be presented in detailed manner, as Javier mentioned in the morning. The transfer will be in October. We hope to see you at this presentation. We'd like to invite you to be there. And also the working group with the objectives that INE Chile just presented. Thank you. ILO has the floor. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the group for developing this idea of integration of different sources, administrative records. I would like to mention that the ILO has the mandate of developing the childhood measurement and following the guidelines set. Both Uruguay and Chile wish to implement these child labor surveys using the latest recommendations. We wanted to simply inform you so that all the countries interested in seeing the implementation methodology of these surveys can join us and ask and see how we can implement them in the near future. If there are no further comments, we would move on to the next group, the proposal of tools for cross-cutting aspects of gender perspective in the development of statistics, and this will be presented by INEGI Mexico. Yes, thank you, Rolando. It is a pleasure to be here again to present our working group's proposal from the Internet portal for these actions for including gender perspective in statistics. I'd like to share some background. In 2007, the INEGI in Mexico proposed this work, and at the time, the promotion of gender statistics were promoted. In 2019 was when ECLAC changed the organization criteria for the working groups, and then this community had already been created for gender issues, and we continued working with these groups. More specifically, this proposal seeks to offer continuity and transcendence to developed work, the work carried out in the recent biennium, which we heard about in the morning, and it is this proposal of elaborating a toolbox to allow us to better apply what we just finished in the guide. Then the working group began making the guidelines operational to mainstream the gender perspective in the phases of statistical process through the documentation of good practices, actions, strategies, and examples implemented by the NSOs, institutions producing and using statistics in the region in a virtual and interactive platform of tools whose content is documentary, visual, testimonial, among other materials. We have 3 specific objectives. One will be to compile experiences, examples, and best practices that evidence the mainstreaming and intersectionality of gender approach. Second would be to enable countries to make optimal use of existing data on gender mainstreaming. And as you may see, our toolbox will be based on the different, or will be the result of the different phases of the statistical process. And the third is to have a set of tools to allow the countries to make an optimal use of existing data on gender mainstreaming, and with many other elements that would allow the application of what we have and what has been done in the region. So what is the expected impact of this toolbox? Well, to improve and strengthen the production of gender statistics in the different countries in the region by compiling practices that are adaptable and adequate for each statistical system. The idea is to generate strategic alliances to exchange information, and in order to have cross-cutting information on gender perspective throughout the statistical process, and that this information actually contribute to the process, and also having proven tools to eliminate gender bias in the production of gender statistics, among other uses that this toolbox will certainly have, together with this guideline, the guide. So the work program of this group takes into account that we can begin now, immediately. So we've already created the community, so we could now begin to collect the successful experiences and good practices identified in the guide, as was shared. And in 2024, we would integrate the working group, and once it is ready, then would prepare the proposal of tools. And in 2024, we'd begin with the implementation of a new consultation to identify other good practices in our countries with the inclusion of gender perspective and statistical information. And towards the end of 2024, we would advance with the development of the toolbox and of the electronic platform. There would be a consultation with the SCA member countries on the draft toolbox. That would be towards the end of 2024. We would look towards the beginning of 2025 to have this structure of what the toolbox will contain in regards to the 8 phases of statistical information production. And towards 2025, we'll be developing the actual platform, the actual tool, and the interactive web portal. It doesn't need to be a new one, but it will be lodged in some other portal. And we will then have that access to the elements that we will be including, make them of easy use. And in August, we will release the portal.
Ya para concluir, finalmente.
To conclude, the beneficiaries of the working product, or the product, will be the statistics offices and other offices that use information, and the organizations of civil society. And this working group is also been characterized by being linked to producers and users of information.
Y bueno, el presupuesto
and the budget and sources of financing, well, obviously, they will be the resources of NSOs that may be interested, and mechanisms for the advancement of women that have always taken part in this working group. And we will also enjoy the support of the Gender Affairs Division and UN Women to promote this portal. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now we open up the floor for comments and questions.
No hay países. República Dominicana.
Sí, solo
Dominican Republic, yes, just a suggestion. As a result of the work done in this group, since we're analyzing civil society groups, I think it would also be interesting to think about organizations or associations related to the private sector, because nowadays there are many initiatives, for example, Global Alliance for Women, that are also working on issues related to banks, banker superintendencies, and therefore it might be interesting for them. And within the UN, we have the Global Compact, and UN Women with the issue of with equality principles, and that work with businesses, and therefore it might be interesting there. Since we want to establish a relationship with the private sector, I think that this could be a good tool for them, because they are also seeking mechanisms, tools, and enable them to accompany mainstreaming processes that they are conducting within business sectors. Thank you. Thank you, Dominican Republic. I'd like to offer the floor to UN Women. Thank you very much, Chair, and I congratulate Mexico for the proposal, and would simply like to very briefly supplement this with some ideas. First of all, I'd like to highlight that within the framework of the 2030 Agenda, the states in the region entered into a commitment of making the world a place where all women and girls enjoy full gender equality, having eliminated all barriers, legal, social, and economic, that prevent their empowerment. However, by 2022, and considering 32 countries in the region, we only have 44% of the data that is necessary in order to monitor the specific dimensions, gender dimensions of SDGs. Despite efforts, especially on the part of states, there are still profound gaps between countries when it comes to gender statistic production. And I would like to emphasize the commitment of UN Women about the importance of the mainstreaming of gender perspective in statistical production in all phases of the process, and not only when we conduct an analysis. It's always important to generate this process, and this falls within the contribution and the accompaniment provided by the technical secretariat that we conducted together with ECLAC in the development of the guideline, and we hope also to produce a toolbox. I would like to express our gratitude to INEGI for their historical commitment that they have had in order to promote gender statistics, for coordinating 2 years' work of this guideline, and for providing continuity for this work in the next 2 years for the toolkit, in addition to promoting the Center of Excellence. In this sense, I would like to highlight the role of NSOs and of the mechanisms in order for the advancement of women in all these co-creation processes. Users and producers form part of the development of the guideline, and we hope that they also form part of the process for the toolkit. Undoubtedly, their contributions were and will also be fundamental. What is expected? Well, for countries to take this guideline for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and this toolbox as a regional reference, and adjust it to their own needs, and in some cases even supplement the existing national tools, which is something that we viewed during this 2-year process, where many of you form part of that process. We hope that it will have a significant impact upon the way in which they are designed, compiled, and used. And I refer to statistical data to view realities and gender inequalities that exist, and that based on this we can generate policies and programs in order to promote gender equality among men and women. Likewise, we also reaffirm our commitment to continue to participate in the advisory group for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective and the products produced by the working groups of the SCA and generated by ECLAC. Within our mandate as the UN Women, we enter into the commitment of continuing to accompany these processes, and I would like to encourage you to continue to participate and generate elements in order to enrich the statistical analysis with a gender perspective, providing society precise and concrete data, and to promote a decision-making that is informed and with the aim of leaving no one behind.
Muchas gracias a ONU Mujeres.
Thank you, UN Women.
Penuma.
And we offer the floor to the UN Programme for the Environment, touching upon the words of our colleague from INEGI this morning and this afternoon. I would like to briefly say that we held a meeting with our colleagues from ECLAC, from the Gender Affairs Division, and we are producing a proposal that we hope will be approved for a 3-year project. And also going back to the issue of the importance of mainstreaming gender perspective in around environmental aspects, it involves a multiple challenge. First of all, because the environmental dimension, in the environmental dimension, gender inequalities and the issue of classical environmental statistics is not so clear. In addition, we want to expand and go beyond climate change and encompass other variables that may be impacting gender in a differentiated manner, and even more so because we're going to work on the activities highlighted by time use surveys. So it's a project that involves some multiple challenges for us, and we trust that we will be able to find an interesting point so that we can begin to work around gender issues. The more operational question is that some spaces exist where we have participated. And the question is, do you foresee the incorporation of other genders that are coming to the fore and that are appearing in our discussion table so that we can disaggregate statistics based on that classification? Does that exist within the sphere of the UN or within the sphere of some statistics institutes, or whether these initial progress that are very challenging will simply focus on males and females? Thank you. I would like to ask Karen from the Gender Affairs Division to support us and answer all the questions, actually. Thank you, Director. On behalf of the Gender Affairs Division, I would like to greet INEGI for their historical leadership and also for UN Women as co-secretariat of this group. And a special greeting to all countries that have formed part of this group and that have been so generous with their own experiences, with their comments, examples, and of course for our colleagues of the Statistics Division that have always accompanied this process to create this document. I would like to reiterate that this guideline appears at a moment when there are already many experiences of national guidelines, and this instrument receives that contribution to become a regional standard. And I would like to say that within the framework of these national guidelines, we held a recent discussion at the International Meeting of Gender Statistics held in Aguascalientes a month ago with Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, about how these instruments talk to each other. And also in accordance with our comment from my colleague from UN Women, these guidelines contribute to each other. And now I'd like to answer the recent comments about the issue of the Dominican Republic on civil society, on the private sector. We, in this group, we have indeed received interests or in terms of being able to contribute to these instruments. And we are aware that within the framework of these groups, this involves government parties, especially national statistics offices, and in this case, the mechanisms for the advancement of women. However, in this case, and given the fact that we have several requests in the group, we could define a mechanism so that we can also receive the contribution of those initiatives that contribute towards dialogue. And in accordance with our colleague from UN the UN Commission for the Environment, we acknowledge that the different progress has been made in the region in terms of incorporating the gender perspective. For example, in labor statistics, we have made a lot of progress, and we still have some weaknesses, not only in the region, but at a world level, which is precisely the issue of the environment. And so we congratulate you for this continuity so that we can increasingly bring down to earth the incorporation of the gender perspective into all the different themes. And we also reiterate that this guideline seeks and acknowledges that the gender perspective cannot be at the margins of statistical production or included in only some of the phases, but be involved at all stages of statistical production, from the onset, in the middle, and at the end. Now, with regards to the issue of gender diversity and sexual diversity, indeed, that's one of the issues that we discussed when we took decisions about the scope of the guideline. And what we acknowledged in the guideline is that there is a very valuable learning process underway in the region. There are some guidelines also at a national level. For example, the recent publication of the guideline here in Chile in that sense, and of the standard here in Chile. And there are several cases of including these questions in censuses, in surveys, but the guideline still doesn't have a scope in order to propose a regional standard. We acknowledge the importance of mainstreaming this issue. And we acknowledge that in methodological and theoretical terms, that this could have a different scope, different to what is suggested in the guideline. Finally, I would also like to highlight that this guideline is a milestone in the region's history, especially when it comes to coordination between subsidiary entities and this entity where we're meeting, and the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, that has consolidated a regional gender agenda, which involves substantive conceptual contributions as from our region for the world that are contained in the guideline as different options to produce statistical to organize statistical production, and so that this instrument can also facilitate the activities of the units and the gender advisors within statistical offices and within different mechanisms for the advancement of women. Because it's not always easy to exert influence in certain technical entities. And so we believe that this would be a fundamental tool to exert influence within organizations, and not only in terms of statistical production, but also in terms of the general management of national statistics systems. We are, of course, willing to continue to promote the collective work around this guideline. We would also like to greet the work of the advisory group for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. We believe that we have also had a very valuable experience when we reviewed and we were heard in terms of the work on the incorporation of the gender approach in all working groups. Later on in the agenda, we will deal with this issue in terms of what is upcoming for this advisory group for the next biennium. And of course, we would like to invite you to form part of this process to create the toolkit. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Karen.
Thank you, Karen. I think we only have 5 minutes left to listen to the presentation of the last group, which is that will be delivered by Argentina, Guidelines for Development of an Integrated System of Well-Being Indicators. Perhaps you could give us 3 minutes after the presentation, and after that we would leave observations for the next day, if possible.
Correcto. Adelante.
Ok, muchas gracias, Rolando.
Thank you, Rolando. I'll try to be as concise as possible. The title is a little shorter, Guide for the Development of an Integrated Wellbeing Indicator System in Latin American and Caribbean Countries. That is the title of this presentation by INDEC Argentina. Some background information. I benefit from the fact that Paul is here not only to greet him, but also so that subsequently he could make a comment on this. This is one of the main pieces of background information, and I would like to highlight this challenge that we have as statistics offices in terms of not being able to sometimes account for certain phenomena that are not measured by economic variables. In that sense, we need to go beyond the GDP. We need to have a wider-ranging view of development, and this wider-ranging view perhaps is as from well-being and the frameworks that derive from that, a sustainable conception of development and individual well-being. The OECD in 2011 introduced a framework from a multi-dimensional approach. In 2015, the SDGs were approved that form part of this 2030 agenda, which has a wider-ranging perspective, not only an economic perspective. And this is also an issue that here in ECLAC and through an advisory group between the OECD, ECLAC, and the European Union, identified indicators to measure well-being and to use that in the monitoring of public policies from a wider-ranging perspective as from different sources. In 2022, a seminar was held beyond the GDP and statistical challenges for the measurement of development. That was held in the SCA, where we dealt with different statistical challenges related to the improvement of the measurement of the GDP and the production of supplementary indicators. The general objective, I'll read this very quickly, to develop a regional guideline for the construction of an integrated well-being indicator system that enables the integration of different data sources for Latin America and the Caribbean within a multidimensional approach. The specific objectives that derive from this general objective are to develop a well-being definition for Latin America and the Caribbean based on international experiences with a multidimensional approach. In other words, not only to consider the international experiences, but also what may be useful for us, what represents us, what we can understand are our characteristics and specificities to select to conduct a review of data sources, censuses, surveys, and administrative records in the countries of the region of well-being measurements, considering the progress made by other working groups of SCA, ECLAC in previous sessions. In Deji of Mexico, for example, told us about this framework of perceptions and the work conducted in parallel, and also as inputs for this work will clearly be a place where we can resort to, and that is why we want INEGI to accompany us with this task. And another objective is to select a standardized set of indicators that approach to the definition of well-being and incorporate the specific characteristics of our region and of each country. And finally, to systematize guidelines in order to view well-being indicators so that we can have a kind of a standardization in terms of how we're going to present those results. Expected outcomes, well, very quickly to develop theoretical and methodological guidelines with a multidimensional approach for the measurement of well-being, to promote the integration, use, and analysis of information obtained from various sources in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to characterize and assess the level of well-being, and finally to facilitate the monitoring of goals and objectives of government programs and international commitments. Finally, the work program, the review of literature, the state of the art, so to speak, will be the first task in what remains of this year and the beginning of next year, the discussion on definitions of the dimensions of well-being and the production of a common glossary. In other words, how we're going to deal with this, what it is that we're going to use, how we're going to use it. The second part of 2024, the development and implementation of a diagnosis questionnaire and the systematization of these results that we obtain. After that, we will have a sort of preliminary progress report towards the end of the year so that we can begin with an additional task of the selection and standardization of indicators by dimension based on the review of available sources. And that will be in 2025. Discussion and drafting of a guide on guidelines and principles in order to view indicators, as mentioned just now. And finally, a seminar on for the presentation of final results so that we can obtain feedback and present the final results of this team. I hope I have been quick enough.
Thank you so much. We're going to leave comments for tomorrow's session. Now we are just 6 p.m. Within the agenda and the topics that we should be covered today. So with this, we are finishing today's session and we're going to reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. to continue with the program according to the agenda. Thank you.
Solo recordar a las personas de la reunión de mañana de la comunidad de